Right now, if we go online, can we see the lectures of major institutions?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oxford, Cambridge, Queen's, MIT. It's all there, right? How hard would it have been to get access to that 20 years ago?
Impossible.
So if that's the case, while the credentials to college are not free, is the education of college. Maybe not the experience of going to a frat party, getting drunk, and getting chlamydia, but is the actual education for free? Yeah. But if we were to look in the average person's search history who believes the system is against them, is their search history just riddled with MIT lectures? No. It's just endless lectures from MIT. They've watched every MIT lecture they could find, but they're broke. No. So that's why you know someone's search history, which for most people is a combination of porn, the Huck to a bitch, and like some retarded dance. Okay? So, and skibbity toilet. Okay? Brain rot. So, if someone believes the system's against them, they're not wrong, just like the law of attraction, just like, a lot of these things, they're not wrong, but there's another piece they're also not looking at, which is their own responsibility. It's always, there's obstacles, and then there's the greatest obstacle ever, yourself. So if you look at someone's search history, they're just fuck-arounds, okay? They're just fuck-arounds. And if you give them a bunch of cash like what they want, they're gonna fuck that around in most cases. They're gonna blow it, they're gonna ruin it, and they're gonna go back to living in shit and squalor. How do I know? Because like I said at the start of the seminar, I dragged a lot of people kicking and screaming the finish line. And I took on their karma, and it didn't help, and it made them mad, and they're pissed about it years later. So you can't just move somebody there. They have to want it. So from a pragmatic standpoint, when I say that you have to resonate with the information, here is what I mean. What is going to happen to you is when you're in a lower vibe and you read something that is higher paradigm than you're used to reading, you're going to zone out. Your blinders are going to start coming on. This is typically attributed to being dopamine dependent. So you're looking at little quick reels to give you dopamine because the stimulus is changing. I believe that is 1,000% correct. But I also believe simultaneously that even if you took high paradigm information, which people should actually do this, but if you took it, put it into little reels, and made it very digestible, it still wouldn't be watched as much as brain rot. So understand this, okay? Things like marijuana, or keeping up with the Kardashians, or pop culture, or gossip podcasts, there's a specific resonance that this information has. So marijuana, which you think is getting you high, what is it that makes you high from marijuana?
Helps me let go.
Helps you let go.
It lowers your resonance to a ground state.
Okay,
yeah.
But what's the substance in it that makes you get high?
THC.
Okay, we think it's THC, right? While I believe that is to some extent true, what I would tell you is I'm just giving I'm giving a take here. So there's things that I know for a fact and things that I just have as opinion. So can I share a strong opinion without making it fact? Okay, I'm gonna give an opinion. Okay, but this is based on a lot more than you'd think. I believe that what it is that there's spiritual entities that are globbing onto you that are lowering your vibe. And I believe that those same entities, when you do things to hurt yourself, will pop off. One of the coolest skill sets that you could ever learn in the entire world is how to get over social anxiety, how to use your voice, how to communicate. And what winds up happening when you have communication down is you're able to build a personal brand where you can make millions and millions of dollars and just fly all around the world doing whatever you want. You also have the capacity to attract people. You can just meet anybody out, anytime, anywhere, and create a lot of attraction. You also just wind up feeling confident. You wind up getting out of your head. Well, would you like to learn something like that completely for free? This is a little field trip that we're doing at the end of the day at a free event. Okay? Hey guys, you guys have fun? Yeah! If you'd like to attend, here's how it works. You just click the link below. We do them in almost every major city in the United States. and we do a seminar in the daytime. It's incredible, the seminar that we do. Same kind of clips that you're seeing here online, but we go way deeper, and we have an entire curriculum that we teach with our very best stuff. The curriculum was on how to make cash, how to use communication, how to get spiritually tapped in, how to build social media, personal brand, how to build incredible social life. I mean, it's an unbelievable curriculum that we take you through. And again, what you see here on this channel are kind of like the asides, the kind of random asides that you see here on the channel. But the full curriculum is unbelievable. You've got to see it. It runs for several days, okay? Then what we do is at the end of the day, after we've helped you make more cash, helped you become more attractive, help you lock in on what your purpose is, your unique ways of making money, how to build a personal brand, how to get spiritually tapped in. After we've gone through all of that, then what we do is, like we said, we go out on a field trip together and we have a lot of fun. It's incredible. We do these live events in major cities. Next ones coming up are Boston, Washington, D.C., Austin, Houston, Dallas, Los Angeles, Vegas, San Diego, Phoenix, Orlando, Miami, Seattle, Portland, Chicago, but honestly, it's almost every major city in the US that we're doing them. They're unbelievable, and I gotta tell you something. It's not likely that I can just stay on the road traveling this much forever. So if you wanna do one of them, I'd say click the link right now. As soon as you click the link, we put you into a group and I get right in touch with you directly. You're gonna have direct communication with me as soon as you get into the group. Completely free event, completely free seminar. Click the link below, and I'm excited to shake your hand, get to know you, and take this beautiful adventure together. Click that link right now, get signed up, and I'll see you at the free tour. Have any of you in here, don't answer, ever had the experience where you had sex with somebody that you totally shouldn't have, raw, but you knew you really shouldn't do it? Like you really shouldn't do it. And you just really shouldn't do it. Like you just should not be doing that. You shouldn't even be fucking with a condom, but let alone without one. And then you didn't use the condom. Has anyone here ever had the experience where that felt thousands of times better than if you had sex with someone more attractive? Have you ever seen how some people get high off getting beat up during that process? I don't, but some people do. Okay? So that's not my thing at all, but they call that S&M. You've heard that, right? S&M, okay? BDSM. Okay, BDSM, all that stuff. Not my personal cup of tea. I'm what they call a vanilla. But the point being is that's something that happens, okay? There's a high that you get when you're hurting yourself. It just resonates so deeply. And then what happens, in my view, again, this is just opinion, but I have a lot of reasons I believe this. You think I could talk about this topic long? Talk about this other topic. I think what happens is that we have an energetic force field. It's protecting us, and certain substances blow holes in the energetic force field. These little energetic creeper parasite vermin see that you're hurting yourself, and they run away, and then in their absence, you feel high. So in other words, let's say that you're a Viking, okay? And you're trying to raid a castle in England. And then you're all waiting there about to raid the castle. And then you see that they start blowing holes in the walls. Just randomly, they just want to blow a hole in the wall. If you're a Viking, what would you do?
Wait. Run right through there.
What's the quote that would apply here from, I believe it was Napoleon? Never get in the way of what?
Somebody make a mistake.
Was this is it Machiavelli? Is it Napoleon? Is it Sun Tzu? Never get in the way of your enemy hurting themselves. Is that Sun Tzu? Mm-hmm. Thanks. Okay, so what happens is you'd go, guys, these fucking morons are blowing holes in the castle wall. Here, retreat to the forest. We're not here. And then they're like, wow, it's so great. Every time we blow a hole in the castle wall, the Vikings just leave. And then what happens is you keep blowing more holes. And then eventually the Vikings storm in. So then what do you do to get the Vikings to go away again? You blow more holes. You go, shit, they're coming. They came in. What do we do? Blow more holes. They leave. You feel good. Blow more. Then they come back in and hurt you more. Blow more holes until the whole shield is gone. You'll see someone who's an addict who has no defense from negativity whatsoever. That could be attributed to brain neurochemistry, damage to the brain, damage to impulse control, and so on and so forth. And it's probably true, but I'm just sharing my opinion of what that is, okay? So you'll find that when you're doing things that hurt you, it's reinforcing that vibe. It's feeding those energetic parasites. No different than if you're addicted on high amounts of sugar. There's I think it's candida that's in your body that, do you guys know about this? Where Your brain will brainwash you to want things that will feed candida for the parasites in you, or for the candida. I'm fucking this one up. I used to know this stuff cold. Okay, so it's basically that it's something like, we could chat GPT it, it's something like, I love how someday people will have to hear the word chat GPT and go, they used to use chat GPT. But anyway, so it's like a Commodore 64, if you guys know what that is. But anyway, so what it is basically like the candida in your body will control your fucking brain to want food to feed itself. The energetic parasites, in my view, will make you want things that allow you to break down your barrier so that it can feed itself. Okay? So something like marijuana breaks down your protection shield, but what does it also do? This is huge. What is the main thing marijuana does? It allows you to waste your time. What is the ultimate energy of death? Wasting your time. Let's do a thought experiment on why that is, okay? So you worry about getting killed, right? Does that scare you, getting killed? Scares me. Scare you?
Yes.
That's it? That's all I get for you worry about getting killed?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Why don't I pull out a big weapon and see how much you run? So you guys worry about getting killed? Someone comes in here with a big sword, starts swinging around. Do you run?
Yeah.
Okay, so you worry about getting killed, right?
Yes.
Every time that you waste your time, you just got killed. It's just that you got killed for half an hour. Why is that?
Waste of time. You didn't exist in that moment. You
didn't exist in that moment, and what else?
Can't get it back.
You're killed for half an hour. If you had, in theory, a 100-year life, you wasted half an hour, you now have a 99-year minus half an hour life. When you have a significant other that's always dramatic and flipping out and making drama, and they're taking a third of your time to manage their emotions, their emotional dysregulation, that's an energy of death. It's meant to partially kill you. You'll still exist, you can bounce back from it, your existence continues, but a part of your life is gone. Right? That's why when someone or something wastes your time, it is the energy of death. It is a partial killing. It is an energy of death. So people who resonate with an energy of death love their weed because the weed allows it to burn a part of their life away. Oh, but it feels good. That is not actually a good feeling. They just think it is because that's what the parasite is telling them it is. But it's not actually real. It's not based on anything. You're looking at Ren and Stimpy in your fucking couch. Maybe that is good, I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'm just jealous. So if that's the case, it's partially killing you, right? You know what else wastes your time? Gossip. Have you seen this? And then they did this. And then, 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 and then they did that. Can you believe they did this? I can't believe it. And then, and then, and then, and then, and then. Who gives a fuck, bro? Okay? People that resonate with the energy of life, you start gossiping, that doesn't feed them. It doesn't nourish them. It doesn't sustain them. Someone who resonates with the energy of life is like, I want to kick ass, I want to laugh, I want to have fun, I want to go travel, I want to expand, I want to share, I want other people to have better lives. It's an expansive energy, a raising energy, an ascending energy. It's beautiful, playful, light, awesome. It's not wasting time and then hiding from life numb. So a show like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, why does that resonate with someone in the energy of death?
Waste time.
It just wastes time. Now, something like an art piece, a beautiful, divinely inspired creation, or even just a fun creation in some way, to me, that there's a space for absorbing that, being a connoisseur of those things. That's beautiful. But something where it's just a bunch of crap and it's designed to waste your time has a specific energy about it, okay? So now, what happens is, in the same way that I came in here, I said, who here has read the Bhagavad Gita? Who here has read the Tao Te Ching, et cetera, and most of you haven't read it. You've got to ask yourself a question. Why was I never curious about hypnosis and how it works? Why was I never curious about magic and how it works? Why was I never curious? Most of you in this room have probably never read the Gospels. Like, who in this, we'll check, we're in the Midwest, maybe there's more. Who here's read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John like all the way through. Not even the whole Bible, just Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Okay, so these are the texts that Western civilization is based on. Doesn't mean you have to agree with them, but Western civilization was founded on this, and you haven't read it. Or things like the Bhagavad Gita that a lot of Eastern civilizations based on, or the Tao Te Ching. So think about all the dumb shit you consumed, the weed, the drugs, the crap, the gossip, that didn't get your life anywhere, and then these incredible books you haven't read. Alex Hormozy, who is probably the most popular contemporary marketing teacher, who basically bases his stuff on Dan Kennedy, as do I, he gives away his books for free. Who here has read, I'm not even going to say $100 million offers and $100 million leads. I'll just go with $100 million offers, completely for free. Who has read that? So it's a very tiny percent of the room. So the top contemporary marketer in the world right now, really a guy who's just a powerful voice giving his spin on things like Dan Kennedy, a lot of these OGs that don't get credit anymore, no one knows them. And that few people have read that. Now, who here has spent time, maybe a couple years, studying the OGs? Who here studied the OGs, OG marketers? You have. What'd you read?
Like Eugene Schwartz,
Eugene Schwartz. Okay, keep going.
Dan Kennedy.
Kennedy, fantastic.
Kennedy's got like 12 books, so it takes.
Yeah, but you've at least explored that there's this guy called Dan Kennedy who exists, that if you just read his stuff and put it in, you'd have all this money? Okay, so you at least know that's like a thing. Okay, got it. Okay, how come no politician how come no grievance-based politician ever told their base to read Kennedy?
Because they see through everything.
Because if everybody read Kennedy, there wouldn't be a need for the politician. Okay? So they also don't see it. They also are not in paradigm seed. They probably even partially believe what they're saying. It's a crazy world. Okay? So you can't see certain things, is what I'm getting at. There's things right in front of you. The answers are right there, but you can't see it. Can any of you guess, and I'm gonna go much deeper, can any of you guess how I arrived at this point? Can any of you, who wants to take a stab at what my journey might have looked like that gets me to a point where I feel a need to show up in Chicago and just get a group of people together, pay my own money to rent the room, and blather and scream about this, to vent for hours? What took me here? How'd I get here? You know what I mean? What does it take for me to get up here and to just be pissed off? And I'm like, I just need to vent about this shit for a couple hours while everyone listens and post it. Then I'm going to edit and post it. I'm going to post it, okay? What kind of things might I have seen that got me here?
I think you're the same guy who...
Mission.
It's a mission.
You're the same guy who gave me the Bhagavad Gita that I didn't read.
Yeah, that's true too.
You want everybody to know about it.
I want people to know about it.
Why don't you read it? It's free.
Yeah, but so that's something I've seen. But can you imagine the shit I've seen? Can you imagine what I must have seen to get to this point? Any other guesses?
Some dark shit.
I've seen some dark shit, bro. I've seen some dark fucking shit. Okay? So I'll try to explain to you roughly what it is that I saw. Okay. So I have this thing about myself that I can't figure out. I've been trying to figure this out for years, but I can't figure it out. Okay, so here's what I can't figure out. There's something in me that really, really, really wants to help people, but I'm not saying that to make myself look good, okay? I'm saying that to show you what I can't figure out. I can't figure out if the reason why I want to help people is because I have something that's known as codependence, where basically kids that came up in a bad upbringing become hyper vigilant, where basically their own self-worth is dictated by getting other people to like them. So there's a thing called people pleasing and codependence, where basically if you came up in a fucked up household, you're hyper vigilant of is your mom mad, is your sister mad, is your dad mad, and you're always trying to please them, and it kind of fucks you up for life. So I can't tell if I have that. That's number one possibility. Number two is my great-grandfather, Russell Cook, was a Christian preacher, and I can't tell if Christianity is just deeply in my DNA, because when I read the Bible, I resonate with it so deeply. It's fucking crazy how much I resonate with that. It scares me. It really freaks me out. So I can't tell if it's some kind of Christian consciousness thing that I downloaded from my grandpa or my great-grandfather Russell. If it's that, he was a pastor in World War I, World War II, he'd volunteer, he'd go there. I can't tell if it's some kind of, whether it's epigenetic or spiritual or something, I don't know. So it's either some weird mental problem, codependence, Or the other one is that I grew up very depressed, and the way that I didn't kill myself because I was suicidally depressed growing up was that I just thought, well, even if my life sucks and I hate it and I'm unhappy all the time, maybe if I could just make other people happy, there'd at least be some kind of point in my life. So maybe I could focus on that for now, and then later I could figure out how to be happy, which I eventually did. Yep.
Do you ever feel like you have all these gifts that you can enjoy, but like every time you try to share that gift with other people, it just doesn't land, and you're just in?
Well, that's what the seminar is about. Yeah, but it's not all the time. I have a lot of great successes too, so I'm grateful. But it's just that it's hard to get everyone to change, right? And you can't make everyone change. But I guess what I'm getting at is, believe it or not, guys, for all the people that say, oh, people in the world don't want to help me, most people that I know that are very successful, if you talk to them, have really tried to help other people. And they come to their own kind of spiritual arrival point where they say, you know what? I spent 30 years trying to drag these fuckers to the finish line. They don't want it. They're bitter when you do it. And I've spiritually arrived at a place of accepting reality for what it is, that they don't want to change. That's where most people arrive at. If you guys ever read Kobe Bryant's article that he wrote about how he helped his parents? Oh, yeah. Here, let me see if I can get the Kobe one, okay? This is like, yes, there's a lot of evil, sick in the head rich people, but I would say most average successful people are flabbergasted at the fact that people don't want to step up. Okay, so let's look up Kobe, letter to my 17-year-old self. You guys ready? Yes. Want to hear it? Yeah. Late, great Kobe, you want to hear it? Yeah. Okay. Dear 17-year-old self, when your Laker dream comes true tomorrow, you need to figure out a way to invest in the future of your family and friends. This sounds simple, and you may think it's a no-brainer, but take some time to think on it further. I said invest. I did not say give. Let me explain. And if I'm being honest, I think what he really means, these people are just fucked. You probably can't even invest, but I think he's saying that to just sound diplomatic, because even investing often is fucked. Purely giving material things to your siblings and friends may appear to be the right decision. You love them, and they were always there for you growing up. So it's only right that they should share in your success and all that comes with it. So you buy them a car, a big house, pay all their bills. You want them to live a beautiful, comfortable life, right? But the day will come when you realize that as much as you believed you were doing the right thing, you were actually holding them back. You will come to understand that you were taking care of them because it made you feel good. See, that's where I question the codependent thing. It made you happy to see them smiling without a care in the world. And that was extremely selfish of you. While you were feeling satisfied with yourself, you were slowly eating away at their own dreams and ambitions. You were adding material things to their lives, but subtracting the most precious gifts of all, independence and growth. Understand you are about to be a leader of the family, and this involved making tough choices, even if your sibling and friends do not understand them at the time. I said invest in their future, don't just give. Use your own success and wealth and influence to put them in the best position to realize their own dreams and find their true purpose. Put them through school, set them up with job interviews, help them become better leaders in their own right. Hold them to the same level of hard work and dedication it took for you to get to where you are now, and you will eventually go. I'm writing you now so that you can begin this process immediately, so that you don't have to deal with the hurt and struggle of weaning them off of the addiction you facilitated. That addiction only leads to anger, resentment, and jealousy from everybody involved, including yourself. So, as time goes on, you'll see them grow independently, have their own ambitions, their own lives, and your relationships with them will be much better as a result. There's plenty more I could write to you, but at 17, I know you don't have the attention to sit through 2,000 words. So he says, next time I write you, I may touch on the challenges of mixing blood with business. The most important advice I can give to you is to make sure your parents remain parents and not managers. Do you guys know what happened with Kobe's parents?
Yeah.
No.
What did they do to him? Jelly Brian, I think, Jelly Bean Brian? What did he do?
They did not like his wife at all. They didn't accept him to the family at first.
They sold his high school fucking memorabilia.
They sold his ring.
Okay? So, and that probably is the end point of it. It's like a little tip of an iceberg of a lot beneath the surface, okay? So, Kobe had the same experience. What kind of things do you think Kobe experienced? What do you think he saw?
Betrayal from family.
Come on, guys. What happened? What do you think he saw? So, come on. Let's imagine. Let's use the power of imagination to think about what Kobe would have experienced. Let's just guess.
His father was jealous.
Other people feeling entitled to what he has.
Okay, let's start this from scratch. He's 17. He goes to the NBA, gets a bunch of money. He's not a selfish guy, so what's he go do?
At his parents' house.
Spend it on his love.
Buys them houses, buys them this, buys them that. Initially, what's the reaction from his parents?
Yay.
Yay. What happens later? Resentment, greed. Then what happens later? Do they appreciate Kobe or hate him?
Hate him.
Okay, so I have also been through this many times. Now, why is it? Look, his parents are very smart, right? Kobe clearly comes from a good genetic background. He's very, very smart himself. His dad and his mom, I'm sure, are very intelligent. These are not dumb people. So why couldn't it be that with a son like wouldn't you guys think that if your son was Kobe and gave you that much, that you could take what he gave you and you could build on it and not fuck it up? Wouldn't you think that?
Ideally.
Let me tell you this.
Probably not.
You already have what Kobe Bryant's parents gave him. You already have access to MIT videos, to tons of video content online. You had access to the Hermosi book. You had access to the Bhagavad Gita. You had access to the Bible. You had access to have a different internet search history than what you have now. You've already been given this. The capacity for growth is in many ways to not dismiss or minimize the good things that you have going for you already. You already have a gazillion resources and that you're not using. So why would that make you think that if Kobe came along and bought you a house and gave you a couple $1 million, that you wouldn't fuck that up? So my experience, here's the things that I experienced. I would always try to help people. One of them that I did was I would write articles about dating. And what wound up happening was I'd have these amazing experiences. I learned from my mentor Mystery. I went out and applied what I learned. I got amazing results. It was not just a straight shot up. It's like the book Mastery says, not the Robert Greene one, but what was the other book to mastery? It was George Leonard, right? It's not a straight shot up. It's, ups and downs. As you go up, you have bad nights, good nights, right? But I, went through the process of getting better. So I did that, okay? So I start writing articles about all this stuff, and I am so pumped. I am so fucking pumped. All I want to do is say, guys, the biggest thing that plagues you in the world, we have information to share. It's all here. It's all here. Woo! Like, what can you guys think of as a subject matter, more than dating, that men would want to hear about more? Nothing. What is more potent to a man other than sex? Nothing. So people would even come to me like, wow, you've got a great business. I mean, what do guys want more than to get laid? You've got a great business. Or they'll say that about making money. But a lot of people, when I'd write those articles, would troll them. And I wasn't even mad at it because I thought, if I read this, I would think it's BS too, probably. So I couldn't even hate on it. So what do you think I thought at that time when I'm writing those articles? That's 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2007. I'm like 5 years deep trying to convince the world of what I'm seeing using a keyboard. Using a keyboard. Seeing that I have, to some extent, solved this issue that plagued my life, that made me sad, that made me lonely, kind of made me wish I was dead, I was so lonely. And that I could fix that for people. And I thought, has Harvard not solved this? Has Yale not solved this? Has Stanford not solved this? Why am I the guy? And Eric? I'm the guy? Like, how many billion men have lived? And there's nothing to solve this? And I'm the guy? Am I in a dream? Am I like in the movie Total Recall and I'm gonna wake up from this? I actually believe I am. If you put a gun to my head right now and said, do you believe that you're in some weird Total Recall dream? I'd say yes. Because my life is so fucking weird. AI is about to wake up. I somehow was the main guy who figured out this shit. There was even a guy that made a comment, it's like on my recent video, and I can't even hate on this. He said, I can't even be mad at him. Like, here's what he said. Who here has watched this week's video? You guys like this week's video? Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. I'm trying, man.
The 3-hour one or the one you said on?
Yeah, 3-hour one. So this guy said, this is the most unlikely man to sell attraction and relationship advice. He dresses like a bum. I mean, I'm wearing $250,000 in jewelry, but okay. Looks very unappealing. Thanks. Obviously, I've missed something other men are missing. And I couldn't even be mad. Like, I'm like, I agree. So I just wrote, have the most amount of real life interactions recorded, demonstrating this event in the world. Recommend you do some digging, my friend. Like, I'm like, just look me up, bro. Like, I recorded this shit.
I mean, those videos are hard to find, though.
I know, so dig, okay? Because I did what I have been to, and that's kind of what I'm getting at here. I went to hell and back to put those out. Hell and back. So I have been to, it was very hard to record. It was very expensive and time consuming to curate and edit. And it was 1,000 times worse to have the blowback. But it's like, how come Harvard or Yale will study the mating habits of a buffalo, but won't touch humans? I don't want to teach this. I am potentially one of the greatest public speakers alive. I don't need to teach this weird shit, okay? I don't want to teach it. I don't need to teach it. I can teach anything else. Can Harvard please stand up so somebody else can teach this? You guys have covered the mating habits of a South African toad enough. Can a human being learn how they mate, please? So that guys like me don't have to want to blow their brains out and become chronic masturbators and just sit there in tears hugging your pillow and wanking it so you can know how to meet a girl. And they go, just be a nice guy. And it's like the Bhagavad Gita saying it's just about the process, right? It's just about the process. You're manifesting. Look, just be a nice guy and you'll get the girl. It's like, and then you're sitting there like, am I not nice? I think I'm pretty nice. I think I'm pretty nice. Like, well, maybe you should be authentic. And you're like, I think I'm authentic. And they say, well, maybe you should have respect. And you're like, how much more respect can I have? Are you telling me that I'm dishonest, inauthentic, and disrespectful? Well, then why am I alone? And then how come Machine Gun Kelly has Megan Fox? So you're not giving the answers. I would have much rather been the student. I try to be the student. I actually went to great mentors who gave me what they had to give. But even that was a little weird. I didn't necessarily want to stack a routine as the only thing I knew, even though I love my mentors. I wanted more, and that was fine. So, and you guys should go past what I teach you. So I love my mentors, but I needed even more, even beyond what they had. And you should go beyond what I have for you. What's wrong with learning? How come you can't go to Stanford and take a course in this? No one ever asked that question, right? Just be nice. Look, I'm nice. What else? So it bothered me, man. It fucking bothered the shit out of me. So I went out of absolute exasperation that people didn't understand, and I recorded this shit. A lot. And I put it out. And I did that not because I wanted to, but I felt that if I didn't, I was defying God. Because from my perspective, if you know something like that, it has to be shared because other people are suffering. So I looked out for people's identities, always made sure that, the black bars were on the eyes. And I did that. And what happened was, I showed everything I could. And again, from my perspective, I thought that would fix it. I thought what would happen was people would see that and wake up immediately. But actually, funny enough, I forgot another part of the story. Want to hear a little bit before that part of the story? I had another thing that I created called the Blueprint Decoded. Who here has ever seen that? Okay. When I made the Blueprint Decoded, that was a 5-year project. And I worked on that, okay? And the entire time I was creating it, I thought, when this thing comes out, the whole world's gonna change. I was very narcissistic, clearly. Very unaware of how humans work. If I had had the blueprint, what's in Blueprint Decoded, my life would have changed so dramatically. Because once I had that information, I understood how to make millions. I understood how to have a better dating life. I understood how to be happy. Everything changed for me. So I just thought, okay, as soon as you have this, everyone's going to change. I thought that. And people give me props for Blueprint Decoded every day on the street, as they do for Hot Seat at home, the Hot Seat home, and the stuff where I show the interactions. But it didn't make this like global change that I thought naively in my early 20s that it would. So I'd already had that experience. So then I thought, well, okay, I explained it for 20 hours, that I took 5 years to create it, but what if I recorded it? And then I could show people how to do it. But here's what I noticed. If you would look at the ratio of comments under my old written articles before there was social media platforms and the capacity to show video, let's say that it was like, X amount of people saying this is BS, this isn't real. When I showed visibly obvious real interactions, that you would have to be mentally retarded to believe would be an actor. You'd have to be mentally retarded. First of all, just to get a girl to come out on time is harder than it is to go chat them. So it's much easier just from a logistics standpoint to just go say hi to people out. Let alone like be here at 7 o'clock and laugh like this and then you say this and here's your fucking script. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and guys, if you want to see the degree of my passion for this, how many other teachers do you know that would post rejection compilations? Do you guys remember I'd post just compilations of me getting demolished? That doesn't help my business. I just wanted people to see the whole thing. I would show the whole night out, when it goes bad, when it goes good. I volunteered that. I remember this one guy who used to work for me, he was an editor, and then he's like, he made this video called, I'm gonna release the truth about Owen. He was like, sometimes when I'd be editing the videos, I'd see that there was some rejections in the night too. And he like made this weird shit. And I was like, bro, I was getting you to sort the footage out, showing here is like a direct conversation starter, here's an indirect conversation starter, here's rejections. I'm getting you guys to post compilations of the rejections. I sometimes posted full nights out. Who are seeing videos of me, like in Hot Seat with the full night out? Okay. Sometimes I post rejection compilations. Who here saw that? Oh, thank you. Thank God some of you remember. Okay. And then sometimes I post these kind of conversations or this kind of thing or that kind of thing. Here's a mixed guy-girl group, and I posted that. Here's how to open without talking. I posted that. But somehow this guy thought he stumbled on something. I was showing everything about everything that I was doing from the start. Total transparency. Here's what a horrible night looks like. Here's what a bad night that turns into a good night looks like. Here's what a good night looks like. Here's this kind of conversation. Here's that kind of conversation. And I did it because Harvard fucking didn't. Why does a Harvard prof have the right to sit there with their fucking notebook in a bar, writing down what they're seeing and not testing it themselves? That is fucked up. Do you guys want that egghead shit of some observation, or do you just want to see it? What do you want?
I want to see it.
You want more theory? You want to see it? Honest question. Do you guys see these podcasts that talk about attraction these days, where they spend 50 hours talking about attraction and you never get to see it? Most of those podcasters existed back in the day, but they could never get traction. Because back in the day, because guys, when the cat is away, the mouse will play. And back in the day, they would have been asked, hey, why are you talking about this for 10 hours? Just post what it looks like. You can learn more from 10 seconds to a minute and a half maybe than from 5 hours of explaining it. So that ended. And when it ended, everybody complained. When that ended, and I couldn't do that anymore, I never had a single person, not one, come to me and say, man, Owen, you dedicated your life to this. That must have really sucked. How are you doing, man? 10 years of your life. How are you doing, man? All they said was, I want it back. That's the Library of Alexandria you burned. They never took any action to make any real change where I could have not have been in that position. They're just completely at the effect. Right. So coming from such a mentality of being at the cause, I went and met up with the highest level people you'll ever see. More high level than any of you guys can conceive of, that I won't even say. Worked with them and got them to at least move the needle a bit. Okay? Around the clock. Worked and 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 worked. And the truth is, not a single person stepped up and said, hey, how are you doing, bro? That must have fucking sucked. Just give me my thing. I'm like, what is with people? Now, I know I'm venting, okay? But I'm giving you my story, okay? I'm just giving you my story. So then, from this, because remember I said, how did I get to this point that I'm in front of an audience just rambling like this, okay?
What could people have done to help you? So you
What's
wanted
fucked
to-
up about it is you can't say, but, because then I gotta cut it out. But there was stuff, and somehow I figured it out. Okay, so the point being is this, okay? There's many non-aggressive ways that you can make your voice known to change things. And then what we wound up seeing was 2020 happen, and there was all this BS, and then you couldn't even talk about that. So anyway, so I deal with all this shit, okay? Now, during this time period, I am so passionate about getting these ideas out that I'm hiring different instructors. And at that time, my revenues are crazy high, and theirs are usually pretty fucking low. But because I didn't want me to be the only one teaching it, I would pump money into their brands while losing a gazillion freaking dollars to build them up. Notice that everybody that I work with had huge crowds, famous, became rich. Everybody. Why did that happen? There's a massive support system. So I did that. Push as hard as I could. It's a fucked up business model because once you help someone and drag them there to be famous, and then they realize, hey, I could cut him out, pretty tempting to do that. And then what winds up happening, though, is that maybe they're walking down the street and people are going, yo, RSD, baby. Hey, what happened with you and Owen? And rather than just saying, I just want to do my own thing, Owen was cool with it, they make up some crazy shit. Now, you want to know what else I notice? They'll make up crazy shit. If you look at the comments under that, everyone believes them. Everyone just believes whatever is in front of their face. And if I don't say anything about it because I don't want to feed it, then they go, well, if someone said it about me, I would just make 1,000 videos defending myself. So maybe he just did all this shit. And yet, every single person who's ever made a complaint about me is a millionaire. Cry me a river from your bathtub of cash. And they all have great dating success. They're all rich. Look, even if I was Satan himself, you're rich. You have a brand till the day you die. Never mind the fact that the amount of work that I do for you guys, imagine what I do for someone I work with. But okay, we'll just pretend that for you guys I give everything, but for them I'm bad. Okay, cool. So the reality that I'm living in is this weird reality where I'm helping people, I'm writing articles for people to see something better. Most people don't take action on it. I make theoretical videos like Blueprint for people to do better. Most don't take action on it. I finally say, fuck it, throw my hands up there, just start recording this shit. Hot seat, all that. Most people don't take action on it. I hire a team of people, build them into being rich, build them to evangelizing, make free events all over the world, run by multiple instructors. A lot of people don't take action, and the people that I build up wind up bitching that like an email doesn't get sent or something and flipping out. And then inevitably they leave, go broke, and then now that they're broke, they're pissed, like in the Kobe Bryant thing. Because they thought it was just them the whole time. By the way, they usually think, and many of them said this, that they manifested it. Like a girl who goes to Dubai. You know, this time 2 years ago, I was sitting in a fucking Walmart, and I manifested all this money. And then, I manifested. So now I'm gonna do this next thing. You know, I quit my Walmart job and I got rich. Maybe if I quit here, I'll be more rich. Oh, it didn't work, now I'm pissed. And I gotta imagine what it's like for me to hear this shit. Can you imagine I just take you personally. I just drag you around the streets like a marionette teaching you things for 5 hours a night. Put cameras on you, teach you public speaking, bring you up at seminars where I'd rather be speaking, showing you how to public speak, setting you traffic. I remember I had this one seminar where it was during lockdown, and I went and I looked up the 2018 World Summit, and I was like, man, I'd kill to have some seminar videos right now that I could post for my audience during the lockdown. So I look at the World Summit, I had all the instructors, and I'm looking for one segment. You know what I realized? I didn't even have any speaking time at all because all I was doing for a 7-day event in Vegas was supporting them. And then I even go help their fucking upsells. So I realize I'm fucked in the head. This is crazy. So I could see what's going on. Here's the takeaway, okay? You think right now that your life is tough because you don't have the help you want. But I myself dedicated my life to try to help. And there was not a single case where I pushed for it that it was effective. Now, how about romantic relationships? Any of you guys here ever had a really hot girlfriend that you're super attracted to, so you go, you know what, I'll date her, maybe get her into self-help, get her off weed, get her off drugs, she'll do better? You ever try that? Does anyone here have a single success story where that worked out? Or across the board, is it they just go right back to smoking weed as soon as you guys break up and they blame you? So I had experiences where, again, I mean, if a girl's my girlfriend, man, they're living in a mansion, they're traveling, they have support, they're being educated, all that stuff, and they do great. But inevitably, they will go back to exactly where they were at. And here's the other thing. Whatever drugs they didn't do for that year or 2 or 3, they will do in a month. Like, this is how many pounds of weed I would have smoked. And they'll smoke that in like 6 weeks. And then just look like a wacko. Okay? And then completely wipe out your efforts, what you did, say that you didn't love them, all this bullshit. It's especially annoying when you're somebody like me who's counterculture, when already a lot of people think bad things to me. And then in the relationship, they're like, oh, baby, I love you. Those people think bad of you, don't see the real you like I do. And then as soon as they leave, no, it was all true, what they said. It's like the book The Game when Neil Strauss shit talks to me for like 200 pages. And then people will be my friend and be like, yeah, Neil's a fucking dick. And then as soon as we're not friends, like, as you all know from the Neil book. And I'm like, well, that's not how you sounded before, baby. You know, right? So that's, and then because I just said fuck it and said, you know what? I'm not going to spend my life rebuttaling this. I'm just going to focus on making great value. I made that choice, and I made that choice to not engage with that bullshit because I wanted to just focus all my time on building value. Now, let's spin that around to this idea that you can live in a heaven or hell on earth. In truth, as bad as what happened sounds, I did make a choice to just focus on building value. Okay? I did. I ignored it, and I let it go. It hurt. I love every one of those fucking people. It shocks me every day that those people are not here with me in the seminar room. Does it maybe shock some of you guys too? It's kind of weird, right? Where the fuck? And, you know, it's a weird thing, guys. You want to know what it fucking feels like? It's probably not even real, but it just feels like this. You ever read the book Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland or Parallel Universe of Self with Fred Dawson, who's like a pretty wacky guy, but you might have read that. He says it's like that when you raise your vibe, again, probably bullshit, but he says that when you raise your vibe, you like jump reality timelines to another timeline. It almost winds up feeling like when you're in personal growth, like you're jumping timelines because you're elevating and that other people can't come from the journey. And then some weird zombie version of them is like, I don't like you. And you're like, but we're best friends. But we're soulmates. They're like, no. And it's like their soul couldn't go for the journey. And then you just hopped up. And then maybe in some other timeline, you kind of stayed at their level. And there's like a parallel version of them and you that are like kicking in, having fun. Like you and your ex are like had like 6 kids, like in that other reality, but you kind of stayed at her level. And then when you hop up, next level, and they're gone. Dan Kennedy, who I've somewhat deified in the seminar, says that the hardest part of success is being like a snake that sheds its skin and becoming new again. And it's like a forest burning down to have renewal. It's like shedding, where you shed the unnecessary hairs. It's really weird. And you beg the people to come along with you. You beg and you plead. Please, I love you. I want you to be here with me. Please be here with me. I can remember times when I elevated and I'd had a breakup, and I'd be with a girl, and I'm laughing, having fun, and talking about possibility and cool things that could happen, and they're just mad. It's like the more that you talk about, like the more that you laugh and have fun and joke with them and talk about uplifting things, like let's go to National Park, let's go skiing, let's go to a comedy show, let's have great sex tonight. You know, I wouldn't say it like that, but you know, like let's build a business, let's grow your thing. And it's you can feel it's an energetic wall where it's like, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers shit. And it's like going and talking to a homeless person who just wants $1 or some drugs, and you're like, you could read the Bhagavad Gita. And they're like, oh, yeah, the drugs. South Park, give me the change. Change. So what happens, what I saw, so then that started to make more sense to me that as you're elevating, there's kind of something to that weird law of attraction shit beyond just an upsell and beyond just a hot girl thinking that she manifested getting shit in her face in Dubai. And it's a joke, obviously. But why is it real? So, yeah, hummus mafia. So anyway, look, you guys remember I told you about like the weird shit that'll happen like when you go into like the spiritual path and stuff? I was with one of my exes, and I was telling her about the hummus mafia, and I said, baby, you know, she'd been in a really huge beauty pageant when she's younger, and I said to her, I said, babe, you know, a lot of these girls that you see that are killing it, they're not actually really killing it. They're just going to Dubai and getting shit in their face, right? And I said, look, tell me someone who you really look up to. Like, tell me the name of a girl who you really look up to, and we'll look her up and we'll see if she's like goes to Dubai. And I think I believe the website was called The Dirty, where they talk about this. Was that what it was, The Dirty? I don't know, this is popular back in the day. I think it's called The Dirty. I had her, and this is before all the AI stuff. I had her look up, I think it was thedirty.com. I can't remember. I had her look it up. It was a pageant contestant from the Midwest. And literally sitting at the top of the page was that girl. Yep. I can't tell you how many times, I don't talk about this stuff a lot because it freaks me the fuck out, but I have so many things like that. Like, I remember like earlier this year, I was talking about Jaden Smith and like, you know, certain things that happened like in regards to Will and stuff. Next day, just walk right past Jaden Smith on the street. Then like a little bit before that, I remember I was talking about Rod Stewart and what Rod Stewart's kids must be like. Next day, Rod Stewart's kids right in the sauna with me and Julian. Yeah, I mean, this stuff happens again and again and again and again and again. I just only talk about this shit because like, if I heard someone saying this in a video, I just think they're a scammer, so I don't talk about it. So I'm gonna kind of just like, maybe say it once and maybe I'll say it again like way later, but I'm just putting that out there. So, you know, I'm not trying to make that as like a course or teach it or anything. You know, I'm just saying I've had a lot of weird experiences. So sometimes when you guys see me saying like a lot of weird shit, it's just based on a lot of really weird shit that I saw. Imagine too, if you don't get sick since 2012, how weird that is. There's like a lot of weird stuff that happens. So I'm sure I'll get sick eventually. It has to happen. But it just has been quite the run. It's going to happen eventually. I have coughed since 2012. But that's about it. Yeah, I had coughs here or there, like just kind of a little bit of a cough. But nothing else. So, anyway, what's that? No. No COVID. Yep, and no big pharma. So anyway, so just didn't need it. So anyway, regarding all this stuff. So just look at my life, right? So I keep trying to drag people to where I'm trying to get them. And basically what I do is I spend my entire adult life since 22 looking for high paradigm solutions to help people. Okay? And then I'm banging my head against the wall trying to get people to see this. And then I'm in this really weird predicament because I can't tell. Now, by the way, we have huge amounts of success stories, don't get me wrong. It's probably the highest of any personal growth company, but it's not the level that I want, okay? I want it all, okay? I have a big ambition. So, and then seeing people close to my life and what happened with them. Here's who in reality, by the way, were the people who actually got success. You wanna know who it was? 100% it was people that paid, and here's why, okay? Somebody that paid went through a process where they were angry enough or ambitious enough to want to fix the issue. So I can have a best friend who's watching me crushing it in the field for years. They'll watch me do it. And then I'll say, hey, you know, we're out tonight. Do you want to do it with me? No, they never want to do it. Oh, no. No, that's you, man. You're crazy. No, they won't do it, right? It's like free, but it's not just a free boot camp. It's like free one-on-one that would cost 6 figures for a weekend forever. So, yeah, so the thing is, but that's everyone who you're friends with when you learn this stuff. There's other famous people that I'm friends with that people will know that we're friends, and they'll make statements that contradict things that I say, and people will say, but you're friends with Owen, how do you not know that? I'm like, most of my friends don't listen. No matter what I flaunt in front of their face. Doesn't matter that I'm a bald, gray-bearded, mid-40s guy with this wild dating life that they're seeing right in front of their face. They never get curious to have the success. But by the way, why would you expect different? The people that saw the infield videos didn't change in most cases. So, how would it be any different? It's just your buddy. So anyway, yeah, the usual pattern is, it kind of goes like this, okay? Either A, somebody gets to a place where they're pissed off enough to want change. They wind up investing in something. Now, by the way, I'm going to say this, I'm going to release it, okay? So I'm hesitant to say what I'm going to say here because I'm here trying to shoot a fucking video. And what happens is, by saying what I'm going to say here, it cheapens the message because it makes it come across as agenda-driven. Like the Bhagavad Gita, by the way, where there's an agenda behind it. So this will cheapen the message, but I've got to just say it. Okay, so before I say it, let me ask you a question. If you're trying to pick up a girl, you go to a girl and you say, you know, you'd really be better off with me, you know, and I'm like your best option, even if you are. Does that work? No. Okay, so if I try to logically explain to someone why they should attend my program, does that work? Like anyone who studies sales and marketing knows you do headline, you do your story, you do the widget. Like, so this is not that. This is like a chump doing a bad sale. So I'm saying this for the purpose of making you understand something, but this would be what you'd call under the category of weak-ass game, okay? So here's what it is. So the pattern that I've seen is someone gets in pain enough, they hate their current situation enough that they wind up investing in a program. There's two different mechanisms that are happening that cause them to change. Let me show you what it is, okay? This is really, like what I'm going to show you here is so psycho, so you need to listen, okay? All right. The function of marketing and sales is that learning to write a sales ad is meant to push someone off the fence. So say the word push someone off the fence.
Push someone off the fence.
Okay, so basically, if you've ever studied John Carlton, Dan Kennedy, Alex Hormozy, it's an entire study of how to meet someone who's unconscious and push them off the fence. So please, this might be too high paradigm to understand because I'm giving you the fucking keys to the kingdom here, okay? Both in how to help yourself, but also how to make money too. Like for you, I'm giving you the keys to the kingdom for how to absorb help, but also how to make money too, okay? So what sales copy does is it's basically built on this formula of a hook, followed by establishing authority, followed by telling a really cool story, showing a solution to that story, and then stacking features and benefits, followed by removing obstacles, followed by framing a deal, and then closing a deal, okay? So what happens is the people who write sales copy study the derper, okay? They study the derper. And they study the fuck out of the derp trance. Now, they have this thing that they're offering that's so high fucking paradigm that that person is not in a state to even understand it. They can't understand it. They can't land. They can't process it. So the teacher or whoever is like, screams to the hills, I can help you. I can help you. Oh my God, I can help you. Please stop this. Stop the carnage. Stop the fucking carnage. This is as the person complains, plays victim, life sucks, like 80, 90% of society. Claim they want help, claim they want to do better. So a good sales copywriter will dangle things in front of them that hits the reptilian brain that makes the decisions. Now, if someone was enlightened, would the reptilian brain be making decisions? No. Okay, so let me, side quest here. I have personally visited almost every national park in the country. I just came back from Badlands National Park. I came back from Rushmore. I came back from Glacier right on my way here, guys. Okay? Did I need a sales copy, sales stuff, to get me to want to go to Glacier in Montana? Okay. Do I get clout from going to Glacier? Kind of, but no. Okay? I'd be better off having a big-titted blonde in here on my arm or something, right? So, okay. Like, yes, you would. Okay? Consider your audience, Owen. So, okay. So when I go spend half a decade in nature, which I did, mostly in nature. By the way, you love how everyone's always like, the stuff that you teach would only work in LA, Owen. And I'm like, I just spent 5 years in small towns. Like, I just got back from Boise, Idaho, Omaha, Nebraska, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Rapid City, South Dakota, and Whitefish, Montana. And I did all the same things I do in LA. Be like, that would only work in LA. I'm like, when have you been to Whitefish? Anyway, I'm done. Okay. Therapy session today. So, okay, so I mean, guys, my buddy's sitting in the fucking in the gym, and he's talking to this girl there who has a boyfriend. Just chats her for 2 minutes, and I'm with my buddy. And next thing you know, he's like, "Oh, I gotta go." And guess where he went? Okay, takes 2 minutes. Do you really think that you coming from some badass dude from Hollywood? This just happened 2 days ago. You really think some badass dude from Hollywood that crushes in Hollywood can't figure out the solution in Omaha, Nebraska? Come on, dude. That's wishful thinking to not learn. Anything to not learn. Like, my girls in Omaha, Nebraska wouldn't like that guy from Hollywood. They wouldn't date Drake. Like, just shut the fuck up. Okay? All right. Keep fucking eating bags of dicks. So, anyway, side point. So, and that's what it's always like when we go to these places, okay? Anyway, so, it's like 50 times easier in a small town. But anyway, okay. So, do I need a sales copy to motivate me to spend a half a decade in nature? No. So what part of me draws me to not build my business or my fame for half a decade and to be in the great outdoors?
Pleasure.
But remember, before I did this, I was living on Skyline Drive in LA. I had 2 mansions. You guys remember them? One was the Runyon House. I had the biggest house probably in the Hollywood Hills at the top of Runyon Canyon. You guys all saw the videos of it. Then I moved to, I think it was 8500 Skyline Drive. Biggest parties in LA, competing with Hugh Hefner from Playboy for best parties in LA. $500,000 per party. Use value arbitrage to do it. Oh, I couldn't run a party like you, Owen. I don't run a party like me. Learn value arbitrage. Shit, I've told you in endless videos. I'm doing $500,000 parties competing with Hugh Hefner. So, I'm eating in 5-star dinners every night, getting a pot belly, dating models, actresses, doing parties, being a celebrity online. Back then, I was doing 300K to 1.5 mil per video on long form content. That's called bottom of funnel content. That's not even top of funnel content. Do you know how high 1 million views is on bottom of funnel content? Do you guys know what top of funnel and bottom of funnel content is? Yes. Top of funnel is viral shit. Bottom of funnel is like this content here. This is all bottom of funnel. Only the most dedicated people would be here. What would this crowd size look like if I just started posting top of funnel content all the time? What kind of content have I been posting for the past 2 years? 3 hour, inaccessible, super dense. So what happened is I post bottom of funnel content. If I just post top of funnel content, this should be 10 times the size. Usually what you do is you do a little bit of top of funnel leading into bottom of funnel. But I deliberately remove the top of funnel. So basically, I was having fun back then. What drew me to go to nature? Okay, so when I do a 1-month trip into nature, is it just like I go, you know what? We're going to nature, baby. You just hit the road. How much, looks like it, right? How much planning would go into a 1-month trip?
A lot.
I mean, Ibrahim at the back of the room could tell you what it's like. It is extensive. We're sitting there at the table for a long time. It's boring. We plan it, we budget it, and we do it. So what part of me drew me to spend half a decade in nature, not build a business, not just have the life I had in LA before, even though I just maintained it partially, because I was back home sometimes. What part of me drew me to do that?
Selfless part.
I'd say that it's something that we all have. The soul. Your higher self. Do you know how fucked up it is to be sitting in Glacier Park, going to Sun Road, literally seeing heaven on earth? Actual heaven on earth. What if I told you you could actually go to heaven? You can. It's just 2 states over. You drive through a little cornfield in Iowa, in Omaha, grab lunch over in Omaha, shoot on up to Dakota, pop through, check out Rushmore, little more over, you go to Glacier. You will see heaven on earth. You will see heaven on earth. Go hike the Nepali coast in Kauai. You will see heaven on earth. And there's many other such locations. But the average person sits in their city festering and dying spiritually, never want to go to heaven. The reason they'll never go is because there's no sales copy getting them to go. There's no sales and marketing, like aggressive sales and marketing getting them to go. So somebody who's deeply into personal growth is driven and motivated by the soul. Now, if you don't believe in the soul, then I'd say they're driven and motivated by what would really help them. What would really be fucking sick? There's nothing here for you in the city. It's just a place to find a girl to get kids with, or a girl, a guy, or a same-sex couple to have kids with somehow, okay? So, apparently these days they can. Now, okay.
Deep breath.
So, okay, whether gay, straight, whatever, the city is a place to find someone to have kids with, okay? But then what you do is you get the fuck out, okay? So, at least partly. So there's something in your soul that wants to, I know I'm teasing you. Anyway, so, I'm teasing my brother. So anyway, so there's something in your soul that wants to be around nature, right? But if you're in this lower vibe, then you're not really able to process that. Like, you can't resonate with that. You don't resonate. So the only things that you resonate with is fucking drugs, booze, fast food, TikTok, bullshit social media, complaining about people from work, being in your little personal bullshit drama that in Canada we call drama, and tacos. Now, not tacos, like how you guys say it. It's the letter A, okay? It's not D-R-O-M-A. Okay, I'm done. Okay, so anyway, yeah, when you get to Canada, every time you say drama, everyone goes, hey, you're Canadian. You're like, it's spelled D-R-A-M-A. Okay, so it's called drama. Drama. Taco. Okay, I'm done. That's how we pronounce it in Canada, okay? So you get down here. Every time you say taco, everyone goes, Canadian. Ha! Are you Canadian, eh? You say sorry. S-O-R-R-Y. God damn it. Sorry.
Can you give us an understand?
Yeah, like, understand. God, no. Okay, all right. So, okay. All right, so look. So people don't get driven to go to a national park or to go in nature or to read the Bhagavad Gita or whatever unless there's a sales copy around it, okay? So what that should tell you is 2 things. First of all, if you haven't been compelled to do those things, that means that you're operating the lower machinery of your mind. And second of all, it should tell you that you should wake that up. And third of all, it should tell you you should learn sales and marketing to help other people with it. So, how many of you in this room had the experience where you would look at my old footage that would have a lot of spicy stuff in it, click on it for that, but then you wound up going down the rabbit hole of, say, Eckhart Tolle or some other more profound topic? Put your hand up if you had that experience. That was what I was doing to you the entire time, okay? I was not sitting there just saying, oh, like you guys know, I never said in my videos, oh, all your problems will be solved if you can meet girls. All your problems will be solved if you get down this one area. I would always say, look, I'll help you with this, but there's also this. My friend Ty Lopez got more young people reading than anybody probably on earth. Say whatever you want about my friend Ty. You say whatever you like. But name a person who got more people reading. Because Ty would show Lambos, mansions, girls, and he'd say, you know how you get this? Knowledge. The book of the day. Here in my garage, knowledge. And kids that saw that are like, damn, I'm going to read some books. You got a lot of people reading. That's sales copy, okay? So likewise, say you meet a girl who'd be the best girl you could ever, you'd be the best guy for her. You could change her life. Do you think that if you go to her and you say, you know what? I can help you on your personal growth awakening, and we're going to go to Glacier. Yeah. Come on. Okay, so you also have to learn how to speak to the parts of the brain that compel action. You just do. You can say you don't all you want. You say you don't all you like. Reality sometimes is like a concrete wall that you splatter your head on. And you can wish the world was a certain way all you like. But sometimes not that way. And there should be people from Harvard or Stanford that would go on and actually show this, but they don't want to. And they want to preserve the narrative. And so we believe that we are ahead of something like, say, the Salem witch trials, or, you know, people who would talk about how the planets work being put in prison or things like that. Oh, today's society couldn't be like that. We have free speech. There's no heretics like back in the day. You guys know what a heretic is? Somebody with wrong thinks there's something wrong against the narrative, so they destroy them. And yet they burn them up. And yet that still exists today. Not as bad, but it does exist. You can also digitally assassinate somebody by making it to where when all business and modern life is run on the internet, you digitally assassinate them. So they'll do that. And they'll say, hey, we didn't do anything wrong, you know? Yeah, I mean, you never go on the internet again. Your reputation's destroyed for life, but, you know, you could still yell at a bus stop, your opinion. Not our fault. And there's no laws around that to try to help that. Okay? But that'll have to change. Now, the personal growth stuff that I'm trying to show you, which is meant to make your life fucking awesome, you have to, on some level, learn how to drive yourself. On some level, you have to learn how to drive yourself to the promised land, okay? But the reason why you can't is because you don't initially resonate with it. As an example, I remember when I was younger, I picked up the book Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. Love it or hate it. Some people love it, some people hate it. For me, it was massive. Massive. Who here ever read Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged, or The Fountain? Put your hand up. Okay. That book is not necessarily instructional, but that's the most inspiring shit you read in your fucking life. Okay? Wildly inspiring. That book, I've done 9 figures in sales in my life. I promise you, the inspiration behind that book was so huge in that. Massive in that. Definitely part of the recipe to baking the cake, right? So I'd read Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged, and you know what I'd find? I would need to take a nap. You ever notice that you're not someone who takes naps? And then you go to read the book or look at a video that would change your life, and you suddenly need a nap? But you don't nap. But now you need a nap? I remember I was sitting in Greece on a boat headed to Santorini or Mykonos or something. And I'm trying to read Atlas Shrugged. And I just noticed I needed a nap. And so I asked myself a question. I said, Owen, when's the last time you took a nap, bro? Now, to be honest, in my mid-40s, I like me a little nap sometimes, especially if I eat too many carbs. But in my 20s, I'm not a napper. So I know there's something wrong going on. Why is my brain blocking me from reading this?
Entities?
Could be entities. Could be I don't resonate with it. Could be the biological explanation that I talked about at the start of the speech, that it would raise me up too much. Look, guys, I don't know, okay? I gave you theories of biological theory, spiritual theory, entity theory. I don't fucking know, okay? I don't have proof. That anyone who claims they do is questionable. Just try to make some sense of the human's crazy-ass behavior, because we are fucking crazy. We are fucking crazy. So I try to make sense of it. So, our own worst enemy is our damn self. Don't judge the chip in your brother's eye when you have a plank in your own eye. Stop worrying about everybody else. Worry about yourself. Stay in your lane. So then, I had a similar experience. So I forced myself to read it, by the way. So I had a similar experience writing the blueprint, okay? So I would go write the blueprint, and I was writing out the manuscript for the blueprint. And this was the digital course that I sold that made me the first $2 million I ever made. Imagine being in your mid-20s having $2 million. I reinvest the whole fucking thing in helping you guys. But anyway, at least I had it for a minute. And I took a cool trip to Mexico. Now, I actually drove almost all Mexico as a gringo in mid 2000s. Kind of rolling the dice. So, but I saw the country. Drove almost all of it by car. So anyway, and I don't speak Spanish. So, anyway, but Mexico's amazing. So I did that. So anyway, look, you guys want to know what I did with that money? Yeah. Two of the things I did, one of them was I built this website called RC Underground. And it was because I understood that YouTube was going to pop, but they didn't have channels back then. So I got the idea to build channels. So I went and I built it. And then right when that website came out, YouTube added channels. But that was a very expensive website. It was meant to host the channels of my instructors. And then the other one was I built RC Nation. And I utilized the best functionality from MySpace and from Facebook. I went up coaching a lot of the founders from both. And I built that. That was really, really expensive. Was anyone ever on that site? Yeah? That's cool, huh? Yeah. Put in that among many other things. Gave raise to staff. So anyway, I did that. So I would write a chapter from the blueprint, and every time I did it, and I would talk about something super high paradigm, I would have to get up from my chair, and I couldn't keep writing it. I'd keep getting up, and I couldn't write it. And I couldn't figure out why. So then what I did was I forcibly just made myself eventually write it, which is really hard. And eventually when I did, I couldn't sleep after. So writing, it was about maybe 120 page manuscript. Writing that took me 4 years. Why? I could write that now in my sleep. I could bang off things like blueprint, just pop up here, drink a little bit of lemonade, have some Nando's. I could redo 2 hours of blueprint. But why at the time was I not able to write the blueprint? Or it would either make it where I couldn't sleep, I'd have to keep getting up. It took 4 years. What was happening?
It's the blueprint. It's important to use. The monthly blueprint.
You're in a low bar.
Not optimized.
I couldn't take that much light.
Right.
I knew that I was now a transmitter of that light, and my system could handle it. B, I knew that my life would change spiritually and internally, or call it status-wise, right? And I knew that it would change my life and the life of other people, and it was just too high paradigm. I would feel so much of a rush of awakening when I'd look at that I couldn't freaking sleep. I was like crazy present, but present to the point that it's like too much. It's like too much electricity, you know? Yep.
When you finally released...
Loud!
When you finally released Blueprint, did you feel like you still weren't ready for that light, or were you ready?
What happened was I tried to write it as a book, and the guy I worked with at the time just saw that I just couldn't figure it out. He said, could you please just take what you currently have and just make a video out of it, please? And it was terrifying. I did 3 pre-recordings, one in Sydney, Australia, one in London, England, one in New York, and then I recorded in LA. And the night before I recorded, I couldn't sleep. I was anxiety-ridden. And I cried during it multiple times. You can see the footage where I cried during it because I was showing things about how to break through. And it took me a long time to figure out. And the crazy thing is I learned all this from years of just going out and socializing and getting in state. So I was going out socializing, getting in state, and then this was giving me a window into a larger epiphany. Super crazy. So yeah, it was really, really, really crazy. So anyway, what you'll realize is this, Have any of you guys seen these videos that I do where I say that becoming a multimillionaire is super easy and that you can make a lot of money very, very easily, that you don't have to work, and that I don't work that much anymore? The reason why is that 100-page-ish manuscript that took me 4 years, if I had been in a higher paradigm, would have taken me 2-3 days to write. I could write a 100-page manuscript in these topics in 2-3 days. But at the time I couldn't, so I had to keep missing sleep and getting up and all shit, right? Any of you guys could build, say, an online business very quickly, but you'll keep getting up, you'll block yourself, you'll smoke drugs, you'll get mad, you'll gossip, you'll waste time. You're your own worst enemy. That's what I was saying. The same bullshit that a hot girl uses to get shit in her face in Dubai, the law of attraction, is actually real.
So how do we...
Gets you a shit in your face, gets you red bottom shoes, and elevates your soul. And how weird is that? That the same thing that looks like bullshit is real. You see? Be honest. How many of you guys see the Bible and all these like weird characters that are like, you will go to hell on the corner of a street? And then you're like, this is just some bullshit. Come on, tell the truth. Come on.
Turned off by it immediately.
Guys, come on. Tell the truth. You see that guy on the street like, you need Jesus. Like, come on. What do you think when you see that? Come on.
Sure, man, yeah.
But then it turns out it's real? You see where I'm going with this? Well, when you did this, what you mean is, it's not that Noah's Ark literally happened, although some people believe it would, right? But there's there's incredible lessons in Noah's Ark.
The person trying to deliver that message was corrupted, so they weren't able to deliver it with that light.
Well, I'd say what it is that some of the most high paradigm things, it's like this beautiful core being a high paradigm, and has a combination of haterade around it, detractors around it, but also weird followers that make the core thing look weird, so that no one even looks at it. So the high paradigm, like if you guys think about, okay, the reputation of a lot of the social skills content from the 2010s, what is it currently in the mainstream?
Incels.
Do you guys know how bad the reputation is of that stuff? Do you guys actually know how bad it is?
Really bad.
I don't think you understand. If you did the research, this is bad. The rep is bad on a global level. Okay? Like, institutionally, like, guys, like, I'll leave it alone so I can, it's bad on a level. It's bad not just in the mainstream consciousness, but at an institutional level. Like, there's lists, yeah. So, you guys saw, right? So the thing is, but then what you don't know is that while I complained in this video about people who didn't get it, do you guys understand how many people now are making hundreds of millions of dollars that came through these courses? Some that are in the billions, some that literally changed the world, changed elections, changed the world, or how many people just got insanely cool results? How many of you in this room were like back here, were around back in the day and just did stuff way cooler than you ever imagined? Put your hands up if that's you. Right? So it's really cool. But it changed. Even to the point that the next iteration of that content, RP, right, basically says that stuff doesn't work. But none of them will ever come out with me to socialize. They won't come near me. They won't come near me because they know that I'd go out with them and we would tear it up and all their little like looks money stuff would be down the toilet. So it basically a fake facsimile of the core content now envelops the content. The light is enveloped by the current facsimile within the niche, combined with mainstream derision, combined with institutional, we'll call it issues. Okay? To where how many, out of all these millions of people that have these thoughts, how many ever just went and said hi to a girl? Isn't it amazing what men will do to not go say hi?
Especially today.
Like global Explosion. Don't say hi. Okay? Yeah, low-level people in very low vibe attack it, et cetera, et cetera. Cherry pick it. If there's thousands of hours of content and you make little jokes, like the Hummus Mafia thing, they clip you. They cut the Hummus Mafia joke. They say, oh, look what he's saying. He's saying the Hummus Mafia is good. You should do what the Hummus Mafia does. They cut it out of context. They take funny jokes, cut it out of context, make it something it's not.
See it in Chris Cole.
Yeah, who later gets fired. So the point, and his brother, for what? So you see, okay, so quite ironic. So you see what's going on here, right? So now, many of these ultra high paradigm ideas, why was that content high paradigm for me? Because it showed me that I could be at the cause, not the effect. It showed me how to get in state. It showed me that cool things could happen, okay? Showed me I didn't have to be lonely, et cetera, et cetera. Helped me deal with the core issue that was plaguing my life. Helped other people not to want to kill themselves. Helped other people to share their own light. So now, anything high paradigm, let's look at this. You are blocking it because you need a nap. You are blocking it because you can't sleep if you execute on it and you wig out too much light. Someone helps you to do it and kind of makes you do it. You self-sabotage and hate them. Then if you break through that, eventually there's problems at the core that I talked about. The niche itself cannibalizes itself, followed by mainstream perception, followed by institutional pressure. So basically, you wind up now in a situation where politicians come along, say that your life sucks and they're the only ones that can help you. And that you don't have that power yourself. Doesn't matter that you could have watched every MIT lecture, every Harvard lecture, read holy books, helped yourself. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You have no control as an individual. The only control is collective control behind this friggin' big bubba government person. They're gonna shove their dick in your ass so no one else can, because they love you. Now, they're gonna protect you, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, 2020. Now, then from there, what you have, let's keep going, okay? Do you guys even see what happened to the internet? The internet was waking people up, right? The internet was amazing. Started waking people up. And then all came down on that. Except guess what, guys? The main people that help with that, okay? Let's fucking go. Because I believed I was at the cause, not the effect. So I got behind those people. So what I'm saying, okay? So like, whoa, dudes. Like, what the fuck? It's amazing how much power you have, okay? Now, what's the main lesson from Jesus? What did Jesus show us? What happens if you don't back down? You keep loving people. You don't see separation in people. You keep believing in God. Well, then what happens? Okay, now, let's keep going. Here's where this gets interesting, okay? So nature, in my view, God's creation, ultra high paradigm, ultra amazing, okay? When you go in nature, what happens is it syncs your mind to God's creation, in my view. Maybe from a biological standpoint, don't believe in God, atheist, whatever. It's, I don't know, it's just gets your feet grounded in the earth and gets some vitamin D, right? Some ionized air, whatever you want to call it, okay? I personally think it runs a little deeper. But it does those things too. Now, so you go to nature, okay? Let me tell you something. I have tried so hard, first of all, to get myself to go to nature, the amount that I did. And a huge amount of the insights that I gained was from being in nature. So what I did was I was in the city in a state of massive action, entrepreneurship, building social skills, networking, and building reference experiences. Then I go into nature to bring light into those experiences to figure out how to process them and how to make sense of them. Grown adults need to do that, especially men, but women need to do it too. Okay, as a man though, and because I'm not a woman, so I can't speak to a woman's experience, but I truly believe it's important for you guys too. But definitely as a man, you need to go into nature, okay? It's like, it basically serves the same function as a psychedelic. But people stay in the city doing psychedelics. So what happens is you go nature, and it simultaneously shows you how big and how small you are at the same time. So then it shows you how small your ego is and how big you are and what you're part of. And it provides clarity and light. So let me tell you a couple things that I noticed. First of all, I saw my own resistance to being in nature. And second of all, I saw my friend's resistance to being in nature. Okay? So funny enough, you know my buddy Zach who I work with? Okay, let me tell you this. Zach here, I want him to hear this. Is he here? I'm going to post this for Zach, okay? I love Zach. Zach is a stud, man, okay? Great teacher, right, guys? Yeah. Okay, by the way, 21 years old when he started, 6 months ago. 22. How good was he on stage in 6 months of me teaching him?
Amazing.
That should show you how amazing you can be. So in my process of pushing Zach, I tried to get him to come in nature. And he said he wanted to go. So we drove into Redwood, went through the Redwoods, went through the Oregon coast, God's country. He was getting in a bad mood the whole time. Finally, got up to Portland, had to call his girlfriend, need to get laid, and then bounce off the trip when we went into Montana to go back to Vegas to fuck his girlfriend. Now, his girlfriend's pretty hot, so you can't hate on it. But nonetheless, how often are you actually gonna have the chance to go into Montana and have someone drag you there, pay for it, drive you there, pay all the money, organize it, plan it, et cetera, et cetera? Oh, I'll go later. No, you're not. And here's why. Because the truth is, what I saw Zach experience was actually a lighter version of the resistance that I experienced. So I knew exactly what I'm looking at. Let me tell you my story. And these are the kind of stories, and I got a lot of stories like this that I don't like to tell because I think it makes me look like a fucking idiot. So you can either, here's your choices, I'm gonna tell you this, okay? You can either believe it's real, you can believe I'm making it up, or you can believe I'm crazy. That's your three choices. So I'm not gonna force your opinion, okay?
All three.
Okay, it's all three. So I was in Nepali Coast, and Nepali Coast, in my view, is so fucking beautiful. Now, here's what I think makes me a little bit unique in these sort of nature environments, because it's not like everyone has this problem, okay? Not like everyone that hikes the Nepali Coast has a satanic encounter, okay? Some people just hike Nepali Coast, they post a TikTok and they go home. But I think what was unique about my situation is I came from such a low place that my system just wasn't built for that. I should have never been there, okay? I should have never been there. Now, the reason that I got put in the Nepali Coast, which is a bit weird, okay, is the guy who I work with at the time when I start all this stuff basically pimped me. Okay, I'm like a girl that got pimped. And a pimp came and said, girl, you've been misguided and undecided for far too long, baby. You need management. End of the rainbow, girl. Okay, so what happened was there was a guy who basically probably like a psychopathic narcissist or something. Dude's wild, okay? Crazy motherfucker. But while being crazy motherfucker, did a shitload of travel and knew all the highest people high up. Okay? So this guy knows celebrities, travels around, and is a very active guy. Very, very active guy. But batshit crazy. I love the guy. I'd probably jump in front of a car for him, but I'm making a post-death legacy video here, so I'm gonna tell the truth. Because this is not a video I make to just entertain you guys. This is for my kids. This is for people that study my stuff when I'm dead. Hope you guys enjoy it too. So basically, this guy is batshit crazy. Pretty much probably cluster B. So he says to me, we're gonna go travel. And now I'm living in Kingston, Ontario at the time. And my world was Kingston, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal. I was completely convinced that everything I need is on that strip. But this dude is just so aggressive, he just got me to do it. He just wouldn't shut the fuck up and drag me there. Kind of like what I did trying to help other people. So he just dragged me. And I remember he convinced me to go to San Diego. And it was to help this guy. And I remember flying down there. And you know what was actually the first city that I landed in ever? Here, was Chicago. And it was a layover, actually, funny enough. So weird that I'm giving this story here. It was crazy. And I see this huge city, right, coming from Canada. This, like, you know, the Willis Tower. Was it called the Sears Tower back then? I don't know. Yeah. You know, right? John Hancock. Do you know what it looks like to a Canadian seeing Chicago? It's crazy, man. We got Toronto, but it's just crazy. I mean, I remember when, even coming from Ottawa, I remember I went to the Eden Center in Toronto, and I'm like, it's like the same stores we have in Ottawa, but they're bigger. Like, it was like, freaked me out. So I remember I told this guy, I'll go to San Diego some other time on my own. I'll just get around to it. You know when I said that I have buddies that I try to take out and show them the social skills stuff? Do you think they say, no, I'm never gonna do it? What do they say? I'll do it later. But do you think that if my buddy hadn't made me do it, you think I ever would have done it? No, I would never have done it, right? But by him dragging me there, now by the way, what is the specific reason that he dragged me there? What's the quality that was rare that got him to do it?
In you or him?
In him.
Compassion.
Psychopathic narcissist. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, love the guy though. Love him to death. Love him to death. Love him to death. But look, I see the complexity in people. That guy caused me more stress, but also helped my life. What are you going to say? Now, a lot of people would say, well, why should it take that for you to succeed? But I mostly out-succeeded 99.9% of people. So I have a weird origin story, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I have a very weird origin story. So it took someone that's nuts that just saw me as easily exploitable to get me to do that, right? To get me to do something I shouldn't have done. And then he had a lot of good qualities too. I like the guy, but it's just, it's not black or white. People are not black or white. They have mixed qualities. So then he gets me to go do that. Now, you can even look at some of my mentors who also are publicly known to have mental illness. So mental illness, like cluster B, narcissism, psychopathy, is often, unfortunately, the foundation of a lot of human progress, which is so sucky, which so sucks. I'm not like, yay, psychopaths. I'm not saying that, but I'm just letting you know that like human beings, we have a lot of variety in genetics because we kind of get insights and things from a variety of different gene pools, We just do. So the thing is, he's nuts, got me to do it. He dragged me to something I was never supposed to see. That wasn't what my life was supposed to look like. My life was supposed to be me rotting to death, probably committing suicide in Kingston. That was what my life was supposed to be. I hated it, I was alone, I didn't know what to do. But it was through the insanity of my main mentor, which is public knowledge. He talks about him damn self. I love the guy, you guys know that. Do anything for him, batshit crazy. Another case of me helping somebody. They can't take the help, leave, talk shit, winds up being a book in 2005. Helped those guys so goddamn much. Can you imagine how much I helped them? If you look at the content that came out that drove those careers, it's all during the time that we hung out. Everyone that I'm around is highly prolific when we hang out, because I am a very prolific guy. But they add value too. I'm not taking the credit. I'm just saying that I helped something. I'm not saying it's all me. I'm not saying that. But I'm adding something. And usually, and unfortunately, when you pull the electricity out, then there's anger. So sometimes that comes out in a big book. Can you imagine me reading that? Crazy. Infuriating. Imagine you're my side of the story, but you never have. And why'd you never hear my... Go for it.
Just a quick question. Why did he help you?
What's that?
Why did he help you? Like, being a narcissistic...
Which one?
The guy that...
At that time, I was like a bowl of jelly, very manipulative. But I also, for some reason, and this is really fucking weird, I inherited certain gifts for whatever reason. I don't know why. I had a lot of non-gifts I inherited too. Balding ginger, kind of high-pitched voice, like kind of a funny little garden gnome character. But I had certain gifts. And I'm just a very determined guy in certain other ways. And so it's just that there's a common theme where codependence and narcissists are like a magnet. It's called human magnet syndrome by Ross Rosenberg. So that was what happened, actually. Yeah, so you can look that up. Human magnet syndrome by Ross Rosenberg. Look up Sam Vaknin, Richard Grannon. They teach this stuff. So I was kind of like in that. So then, but the bottom line was this, right? Suge Knight helped Dr. Dre until he didn't. Damon Dash helped Jay-Z until he didn't. The Birdman helped Lil Wayne until he didn't, right? But could Lil Wayne succeed to that extent without the Birdman? No. Could Dr. Dre have gone to that extent without Eazy-E or Suge Knight? Could Jay-Z have got to that point without Damon Dash? So guys, like, it's kind of a weird thing. I hate to say it, but there's a weird connection sometimes between people that are whacked out, but they cause hell and chaos, but some good stuff comes out too.
Wisdom of Psychopaths?
There's a book called The Wisdom of Psychopaths, yes. Well, here's the takeaway though, okay? So I'm gonna give another key to the kingdom here. Another key to the kingdom, pay attention. This is very important what I'm gonna tell you, okay? This is like deep, so please pay attention. There's spiritual explanations for this, and they're like deal with the devil type shit, and there's biological, psychological, etc. I'm gonna try to give them all. I'm gonna give you the range like I've been doing from the start. So, people that have NPD or psychopaths are often able to access the higher paradigm knowledge because they're so fucking crazy that they don't experience the same self-sabotage as a regular person. So, have you ever imagined what you could look like if you just didn't care what people think of you? Like, imagine if you just didn't care what people think of you and you just took action and you just like made a YouTube channel or did Instagram or made that album or wrote that book and you just didn't care what anybody thought. Okay? So, what psychos are able to do is they're able to see the thing that works without the spiritual blocks. Now, by the way, and this is what's so funny, what do a lot of psychos decide to do? They're really good at being charming. They're really good internet marketers. And they're really good at running cults. Now, I don't think you should run a cult like hurting somebody, but Apple phones is a cult, right? Like, can you guys think of any products that are just like cult-like following? Costco. People just love it. What? Costco. Okay, the Costco cult, right? But what else? Apple,
Starbucks.
Taylor Swift, Beyonce, right? What's that? Star Wars. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Core fans, right? Disney. So guys, really key. So key. I'm giving you everything here I got, okay? Please pay attention. Okay. Why do psychopaths become so charming?
Because they don't care about other people's emotions.
Because it works. Because they see what works. Why is charm and social skills and having an ultra strong frame the thing they choose? Why don't they choose to own Amazon?
It builds emotion.
That might have been a bad example, but yeah. Guys, they can't do Amazon because they don't have the money to invest. They don't have the seed capital. Well, some of these fuckers do, to be honest, right? But you see what I'm saying, right? What does charm require from you to have it? No. Repeat this after me. No gatekeepers?
No gatekeepers.
No impediments?
No impediments.
You can just start with nothing. So a psycho just goes, well, how could I gain leverage fast? Charm. And yet, there's entire groups of people that say that you shouldn't learn social skills. Social skills could never work. Don't learn social skills. It's bad, all this stuff. When a psycho immediately recognizes that it's the fastest, easiest, most effective way for them to have leverage. I'm not saying to be a psycho. I'm just making the point that that's why they have this glib, meaningless, surface-level, superficial charm. Don't be a psycho. Have empathy for people. Treat them well. Find win-wins. Because that's the part I'm going to get at next. The psycho can see the light that you can't see at the expense of selling their soul. And I don't mean to be all like, at the expense of, like, I'm not trying to be that guy, but I believe it. I'm not trying to be that guy. Like, I'm not trying, do you guys know what I mean by I'm not trying to be that guy? What do I mean? Like, I'm not trying to sit here and fucking like moralize you like, you gotta be a good person because, you know, winners never quit and quitters never win. Like I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm trying to give you real, like spit some real facts here, okay? What I view as facts. What I have observed from dealing with these people is they are really smart. They are able to see the path forward incredibly clearly. But in the process of them seeing that path forward, it's almost like Satan comes and says, I'm going to piss in the soup a bit. And I'm going to make you wrong about 2 or 3 little things and fucking destroy you. That was both the guys I mentioned. Both have become shells of who they were. I don't recognize either of those people, even though I see them, I like them, I help them. I see them, I like them, I help them. But they are shells of who they were. Empty shells on massive amounts of drugs. Love them to death. Would do anything for them. Probably jump in front of a car for them. Makes me fucking sad. I fucking hate drugs. So now, I view psychedelics as the same. As you guys know, you do psychedelics, you get tremendous insight. But many of my friends who did a lot of psychedelics, guys, I'm not lying when I say this shit. I can call these people on the phone now. First of all, they probably won't answer, but I've been nothing but nice. Because they know I'm going to say something fucking awesome and they can't process it anymore. And second of all, if I call them on the phone, they sound like babbling, rambling fucking weirdos. To be fair, that's coming from me on a several-hour rant. But anyway, so maybe it's me. But anyway, but you get what I'm saying here, right? So these are friends of mine that were really smart, really sharp, got into DMT, got into this, got into that, got into the other thing, right? And gained insight. Would seemingly be getting more intelligent the more they do. Talking to machine elves and whatnot. But over time, you see the emptied out husk where, in my personal opinion, you got the protection shield, little holes get blown in it, they get insights while the little holes get blown open. That's like a psycho. The psycho, in my view, has these little fucking holes blown in it. I also believe, in my personal opinion, that people who do a lot of ayahuasca, I believe that the ayahuasca fuses to their spirit and that they run around telling everyone else to do ayahuasca because it wants to spread. And I also believe that negative energy in general wants to spread. And I believe that, by the way, that I could do a 20-hour talk off the dome about all the different ways that there is spiritual warfare and that these energies are trying to spread, that they operate through you, that they run you. This is deep stuff, guys. I did a whole giant backlog of nature videos about it, actually, that I've been even working on this week. So I had about 200 hours of content on it coming out. Okay, it's coming. Well, I've been got to choose between free touring, that stuff, right? So I'm one man. So anyway, so then from there, okay, so that'll all come out. And I've also talked about it in some free tours too. Now, so basically what happens is they get the insight. So my buddy knew, Owen, instead of sitting here like a fucking moron in Kingston, be a multimillionaire, travel the world, become world famous, have a great dating life, have a great social life, do parties, have fun. He got that. There was something in his crazy ass head that understood that. But he also had all these other problems. Bad ones. Real bad. And when you see these people get husked out like this, it's like nothing you've ever seen. It really looks like a deal with the fucking devil. They get husked out by older age. Like most of my friends who do psychedelics. So you just saw it with Aubrey Marcus. You just saw it. And I love that guy. If there was one guy ever that made me want to go pound a bunch of drugs, it was Aubrey. How cool is that guy? You guys know Aubrey Marcus? Yep. Man, that guy's a badass. Big bright eyes, good looking guy, lots of friends, lots of money. And he tells you, take the psychedelics. I remember seeing that thinking like, maybe he's the one guy that he won't have that reaction. Maybe he's the one guy that can take all the psychedelics and it'll be great. And he had a famous interview come out recently where he talked about radical monogamy and the God bomb. You guys see all this? Who here saw the radical monogamy God bomb interview with Aubrey? Put your hand up.
I heard about it.
It's mega viral, okay? You know what the dude looks like? He's got that same vibe that G-Eazy has. Oh, no. You guys know, okay, G-Eazy, right? Did tons of drugs, partied, out in LA, you'll see him out, right? Kills it, crushes it, awesome rapper, all this, right? But now you see him, and he has this kind of like shakiness in his hands. His energy's all fucked up. He's all shaky and fucked up. Look up G-Eazy's new shit. And Aubrey looked the damn same. He's sitting there like, you could see his perception all fucked up. He's like, yeah. So we're doing radical monogamy, right, Vi? And then we took the God bomb. It's like all this like drugs all combined in one, and the God bomb. And here's my new other girlfriend. And here's my yes man therapist who's going to tell me that by us being swingers, we're doing what's called radical monogamy. He's shaking, and that like blew up, went crazy viral. So even he had his time. He got rich, got the money, super happy, super spiritual, present, got it right quick, got it front loaded. Back end, the guy loses his reputation, becomes a mockery, and will have a hard time building that back. Probably could. He's real smart, real competent guy. Love to meet him. Love to help him. Love him to help me. Amazing guy, inspirational. But that's just what I've personally seen. So I see the same shit with people that get real dark. They get real fucking dark, and they have the insight, they have the truth, they have the light. But if it's not based in spiritual principles, such as, not to be hammering the Christian stuff, think that Jesus is bullshit all you want, but he gives you the foundational tools that you could get the light without it exploding. What are some of those tools?
Being of service.
Being of service. These are a couple good ones, golden rule and all that, right? Read the book. So you can take DMT, you can smoke the toad and talk to a fucking machine elf and think that you're getting the light, or you can gradually actually have to help people and gradually build it up and do it the right way and have real legs to it and a foundation to the house you're building. It's up to you. And I won't leave you hanging. I'll make other videos going deep on this, okay? So I don't think I've been entirely persuasive here, but at least drawn your attention to something. So anyway, here's what I observed. I required a lot of weird people to drag me into my situation, okay? Now, I probably would have stopped at a certain point. I would have stopped. Probably after 2 or 3 years, I would have just kind of said, like, do you guys ever see these other coaches, whether dating or whatever, where they kind of hit like a point in their evolution where they kind of just stop? Like, they're kind of like, they're still teaching the same shit. Here's what I mostly saw with the dating guys, okay? I would still be doing infiltrating, all this different stuff, and I'll bump into the main famous guys, and 95% would say the same thing. They'd go, you know these guys we teach are fucking stupid, right? They're never gonna get it, right? I'm like, a lot don't, but I'm not gonna give up. What are you talking about? A lot do. A lot do get it. And then they say, you don't really still teach all the time, do you? Do you teach 50 weekends a year? That's exhausting. And I say, yeah, I still keep teaching, bro. And at the time, we probably ran about 80, 90% of the damn industry. We had that shit on lock. So they're like, wait a minute. But I thought that if you became the biggest, you don't have to teach anymore. And you could just be lazy and not have to work again. If you're already financially successful, why do you still work? I'm like, I love it, bro. I'm growing through this process, bro. And what happens is, here's the information they get. They'll be at an internet marketing seminar, and they got into it really innocent with the most pure intentions to help people and to help themselves too, which is good. You're part of everyone, so you should help yourself too. Everyone, including you. And then what happens is they go to internet marketing seminar, and the internet marketing seminar, which is often filled with these demonic takers, will say to them, who do you want to be, man? Do you want to be Shaquille O'Neal, having to like pound the ball and have everyone beating the shit out of you? Or do you want to be the owner of Shaquille O'Neal and just cash in those checks? Now, human beings were easily influenced. So we get around people like that, we're easily influenced, and we're like, fuck, why don't I want to work all the time when I could just be cashing them checks? So then rather than them continue to go out, build their skill set, build their teaching, increase their paradigm, find the light, share the light, they just spend all their time doing video sales letters, doing Zoom stuff, and, you know.
You're gonna lose that hot girlfriend they got.
They often do. But also, that most of the guys that I train to be coaches eventually just want to do that. I'm tired of traveling and teaching. I just want to build the funnel and be at home. I'm exhausted. And then usually the story is like, Owen just made me travel and teach and all this stuff. I remember one guy on this podcast who was like this whole adventure in his mind about how he like wanted to put out a digital product. He was like a newer instructor, and I was somehow blocking him. And it was like this whole story in his mind about how he got to be allowed to release that product. The product, my thing back then was, if you're gonna release a product, it should have new insights. It was just a product of him parroting back the same stuff that I taught. I'm like, bro, you're in your first 2 years, keep going up for a couple more years. Look, if I spent 5 years making Blueprint, you can spend 18 months making something new. That's all that I said, just have something a bit new. But he built a whole story in his mind. That guy went from expanding and growing, now I just see him as just drunk all the time. So, but there's a story that people have, and I'd see things like this. So anyway, what's going on with the internet marketers, here's what it is, okay? The internet marketers are mostly psychos. They are like the people that help me. They're able to see the light of how a regular broke guy could become rich, but it's because they're takers. But they're able to see the light. But what happens is it fucks up their perception. So they're able to see the pathway to you having an awesome life, but it's at the expense of certain knowledge. Okay? So and do you guys want to know what that knowledge is they usually miss? Yeah. Their connectedness to other people. They live often in a very deeply separated state of consciousness. Deeply separated. To the point, some of these guys could probably fucking kill somebody, wouldn't give a shit. So, but the mind, you see how the mind does shit to you? Okay? You guys see what the mind does? Now, okay. So what happens is, a lot of the time, what goes on is, you are trying to build something beautiful, but you can't see it. But somebody who has either done psychedelics or who is engaged with a dark mindset is able, like some psycho, is able to see it. It's fucking weird. So a lot of a huge amount of inner game insights that I've had have just been from reading trip reports. Look, I'm starting to tell you, there's a lot of insight in those fucking trip reports. There's a website called like the Drug Forum, and it's this thing called SWIM, where it stands for someone who isn't me.
Yeah, someone. Oh,
Well, no, what is it? Is it?
I thought it was someone in mind. But
Someone who isn't me.
Someone who isn't me, right? Yeah. And they give trip reports. I got a huge amount of knowledge from just reading about trip reports. I got a huge amount of knowledge also reading Eckhart Tolle, stuff like that. Yep.
What do you mean by see it? Like they see the light? Like what does that mean?
Actually, that's a great question. Thank you. That adds something. Simple example would be, they're able to see things like, instead of working a 9-to-5 job, you could rapidly learn charisma, become a multimillionaire, and change the world.
For good or for bad?
Well, I'd say this. If I were to query this room, have I done good or bad by your life? Put your hands up. Have I done good?
Yeah.
So,
McDonald's creates jobs. That still doesn't mean that they're good.
did I do good for your life?
It doesn't. McDonald's.
Did I do good for your life?
Oh, you, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. So what I'm getting at is this, okay? So, a guy who's a fucking psycho goes, okay, you could have a guy who's a 6 in looks or a 4 in looks, okay? And he says, using charisma, I could be having an amazing dating life. And they're not wrong. But what do you, if you guys query women, have you ever dated a narcissist? What percentage of women say yes?
100%.
What percentage statistically of men are narcissists?
all of the people they dated.
What percentage of men are narcissists? Okay, 3% of men are clinical narcissists. 97% of women believe they date a narcissist. So that either means they're whining, or it means that narcissists are very successful. But the thing is this, okay? What does the narcissist know to do?
Be charming.
To just be charming. So you can view being charming as like a dark thing, like, you are charming. Or you could view it as, I'm a good fucking guy. I could really add value to this woman's fucking life. I could really help her. Rather than her dating this fucking weirdo, I love this girl to death. I'd do anything for her. And then just add a bit of charm. And even if you're not a good looking guy, not rich, using a bit of charm can be effective. For all the people who say being charming doesn't work, it's all about looks and money, why is it that weird psychos are across the board fucking charming as hell? Because they know what works. They see the light. But by me teaching regular guys to be charming, because the psychos already know guys, they already know. So when I teach you guys, regular guys, psychos don't come to things like this, to be charming, how does that impact your life?
Positive.
That's what I mean by seeing the light, okay? So they can become multimillionaires, et cetera, et cetera. Now, let me say something, okay? Are you guys curious? And I love you, bro, but why I didn't ask him to leave? Are you guys curious? Because I can. It's a free event.
I'm not curious. We know.
Why did I not ask him to leave?
From my view, you're practicing state control. You're practicing.
What's the reason that he says that I didn't ask him to leave? Because he's giving the light.
Yeah.
Is he giving the light?
I'm not giving the light. You're giving the.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, let me explain something to you, okay? Have any of you guys ever been walking down the street and a homeless person walks up and then they just get mad at you when you're in a good mood? Okay. So what's happening is when you have, but you're learning something, right? A lot of weird things that I'm saying are being shown. So, look, I remember once I was with Sid in New Orleans, right? Recording a video on this exact topic. And a homeless person jumped up and tried to attack me. Sid dragged him off. I said, Sid, let him attack. It's making the point. So, okay. So, okay. Now, but here's the thing. It's not, yeah.
On my way entering this building, a homeless guy actually attacked me, took my pen. One of the gentlemen here gave me another pen.
Nice. Well, you made it. So, made it to the light. So now, let's keep going. So guys, stay focused, okay? Guys, lock in. Lock in. We're taking it home, guys. I'm taking the climax here, okay? So, the thing is, that same attack point that you'll see, remember, you'll attack yourself, you'll attack the other people that help you. There's niche-based shields, institutional-based shields, mainstream-based shields, okay? So let me tell probably the most important story in this talk. So basically, because I was put into situations through the weirdness, it's just random shit, just a lot of weird random shit I was put in these situations. So I'm gonna show a couple more situations, I'm gonna show the outcome, okay? So if we're being honest, okay? If Neil had never written the book The Game, okay, if he never did that, would I ever be where I am now?
Probably not.
What would I look like if he hadn't done that? I'd probably look like those other guys that went to the internet marketing seminar, got told to build a funnel, and then retired. Right? That's what would happen. Okay? So, do you guys understand the number of weird things that had to happen to get me to this point? Right? Being dragged out of freaking my hometown by people that are like in a weird mind state, learning from weird gurus, having a weird book written. Like, do you see the sequence of things that have to happen, right? Okay? A lot of sequence of things had to happen. Let me tell you another thing. Even then, I would have stopped. But you know what else happened? The recession in 2008, 2009. I got wiped out. I got wiped the fuck out. I probably would have even stopped by then. At every point, I was kind of like, I'm good. I made it. I'm paid. I'm good. I don't got to keep going. I'm good. So it was like each step, some tornado came in and got me to keep going. Having an unplanned pregnancy probably helped me too. Okay? During the recession. So then, from there, there was the 2014, we'll just leave it at that. If you know, you know. So there was a number of different, there was COVID. So the whole journey is me like a fucking football just being gangbanged. Like, it's just like weird psychos and books written by psychos and fucking media shit and mainstream shit and fucking like, you know what I'm saying, right? Like global lockdown. You know what's crazy? When we had to take down all our old content, I didn't want to fire anybody. And I worked for 2 years straight from 2018 to 2020. 2 years straight, I didn't stop working at all because I didn't want to fire staff. We had to take down our vids. And guys, I can't even make this up, okay? I worked for 2 years straight. Imagine you're me running this thing, hiring people, not wanting to fire people. Work for 2 years, then you got to take down all your assets. I worked for 2 years straight. I trained myself during this period to find respite and relief by looking at the clouds for 6 seconds. I was working so straight through that if someone would even tell a joke to me, I'd feel like my face was melting off. I'm like, just get to the point. Every minute has to be efficient to keep this thing going. And I'm sitting there in Miami during model season at the Standard Hotel, beautiful hotel, Standard Lido Spa in Miami. And I realized it took 2 years of nonstop movement and massive action to stabilize the biz, so I wouldn't have to fire people, to keep building what I want to build. And I sit there and I go, I made it. I did it. The business is stable. This is real, by the way. This is 1,000,000% real. The business is stable. It took 2 years. I'm like, I want to take a break. I'm taking a break. I'm taking a weekend for the first time in 2 years. I did it. I don't think anyone else could have figured this out. And this is no bullshit. Right at that moment, I look around the Standard, I go, why is there no one here? I walk up to the front, I go, hey, how come there's no one here? They said, we're going into global lockdown. Okay? So.
That's scary.
Well, you know what it felt like? And like, again, this is probably just bullshit. So my own little NPD thoughts, I guess. I'm like, when I came through, I don't think anyone I know could have figured this shit out. I don't think anyone I know could have sustained work ethic this long. And it's almost like I bent the space-time continuum to be able to do this. And the only thing that could stop me was a global lockdown. Nothing else. I was not going to quit. I was not going to give up. Nothing was going to make me give up. I didn't care if I died, guys. In truth. I would have died for it. That's how focused I was. I would die. So I'm thinking like, that's fucking fucked up, man. And I'm like, if I knew that we were going to fail anyway, I wish I could have the last 2 years off. So the Banya was still open in LA. So I went to the Banya for 4 days and just sat there almost crying. And then I got back to work, and then I fixed everything again. So the thing is, do you guys remember when I was shooting all those lives all the time? Remember I was doing lives all the time through 2020? Yeah. Remember that? I rebuilt this whole mentoring system you could do on Zoom, all shit. Now, the thing is, I worked fucking even harder during COVID. Now, here's the other thing. So, initially. So, do you guys remember in 2020, I released a video, and I'm like, everything's going to be fine, chill? Does anyone here remember that? I was the only guy preaching, chill out, it'll be fine. Did anyone remember that? I'm wearing a shirt that looked like a Power Ranger, if you've seen it. Okay?
Is the video still up?
Nope. Had to take it down. Thanks, guys. So, anyway, under the comments in that, you know what everybody's saying? Oh, you're rich. Of course, you're saying it'll be fine. I'm running a company about social skills, requiring seminar venues and bars and clubs. And they're like, you're rich. Of course, you're sitting up there in your mansion, fine. I'm like, I'm completely fucked. I rapidly started spiraling back into debt. It was horrible. Fucking horrible. Nightmare. A fucking nightmare. Like a nightmare you couldn't wake up from. We're in global lockdown.
The word social is in the name of your business.
Yeah. Like global lockdown. Like work 2 years, I'm in a lockdown. Can someone wake me up? This can't be real. But did I show fear in my video? No. But I was scared shitless. But I made a choice to power forward, okay? So what I'm showing you is sometimes for you to keep going, there's going to be obstacles. In reality, if the lockdown hadn't happened, I also would not have learned all the things I learned. Because what I do when I hit lockdown, When lockdown hit, I took stock of where I was at. I took stock of the assets that I had and what I could do to keep evolving. And I went into nature for almost half a decade. That was spurred by lockdown, okay? And that is where I created the content that I'll teach for the rest of my life. So I spent a lot of time in nature, okay? Now, let me bring it back to nature and show you something, okay? But let me show you this too. The key point being, had I had an easier life, at every single point, I would have become the tacky internet marketer who just builds a funnel and quits. And I would have stopped believing in you guys, and I would have said these guys are never gonna change, and I would have said, you know what, I wanna enjoy my fucking life, so rather than me traveling and doing events and working on content and innovating and going out, I'm gonna work on building a video sales letter and building cold traffic. And by the way, I love all that stuff and we'll spend a lot of time doing it. Don't get me wrong. It's not mutually exclusive. But I probably would have done only that, like most of these gurus. The average guru that you see online had 2-3 years that they got really into the topic, went to a couple internet marketing seminars because they realized that they needed to use marketing to motivate people to sign up because they wouldn't sign up on their own. Like I talked about earlier, they're not coming from the soul. They're coming from needing to be pressed in the reptile brain. They give up. They believe that most of humanity is stuck in reptile consciousness. And then what happens is they just like there was a guy who did this thing called Pandora's Box. And just had this thing called the Dick Magnet. And he spent all his time mastering the Dick Magnet infomercial. And I think he just went and lived in like Sedona or something like that. You know, right? They just say, fuck it. Fuck these morons. All that they believe, they don't even want to help themselves. They just respond to bullshit. Fuck these people. Let me just go live in Sedona, have some fucking peace. Right? One of my best mentors, Eben, don't see him making new stuff. Dr. Dre gives up, doesn't put out new albums. Well, yeah, but he made Beats headphones. Fuck Beats headphones. What do you want more? Some stupid ass headphone or a new Dre album? What would make a bigger legacy? Oh, sold his headphones to Apple. Fuck fucking Apple and their headphones and all this bullshit. Okay, they're cool. They're good headphones. Don't get me wrong. I had them. They're cool. But like, what if he made a new album? Better. That's eternal. So at any point, I would have become like Dre, like these internet marketing guys. I would have given up. And again, like as I age, I'll probably have to slow down. Don't get me wrong. And it's not mutually exclusive to do VSLs and fucking pipes or funnels and all that stuff. You should do both. You should also build your business, have more impact. Don't get me wrong. But I would have quit at any point. Now, let me show you something else, okay? So, when I went in 2014, I went into Nepali Coast. I'd been there before. And I remember I went in there, and Nepali Coast, look it up on your phone. Just pull out Nepali Coast, look it up on your phones. Because I need to give context here, okay? So, okay. You hike in there. It's an 11-hour hike. It's an environment that resonates with heaven, in my view, okay? Just my opinion. Just telling you what I think. You guys seeing this shit? You guys remember the meditation video I made there once? Okay, so basically, Nepali Coast like that. So I go into Nepali Coast, and I'm in there with my buddies, and I just start feeling very mad. And I'm like, why am I mad? So I notice two of my buddies who, have very active dating lives, shall we say, they keep saying, let's go down the beach and see if there's girls there. There's no girls, guys. There's just male hippies for the most part, okay? So unless that's your thing, like a hippie with a beard like mine, but even more scraggly and is gonna give you a hand job or something. So I noticed they keep going up and down the fucking, they keep going up and down the beach looking to talk to girls. And they just keep talking about girls. My buddies that are into business keep talking about business nonstop. And I also keep talking about business. But I tend to deviate to the frustrations that I was having that I talked about in this video. And I'm venting about that. And so I realized I'm getting more and more angry. And then I start thinking, I gotta go back, I gotta work. I can't just be out here, I gotta work. I don't have time for this shit, I gotta work. So eventually in the middle of the night, which weirds out all my friends, makes me look like a fucking moron. I have a tendency to do that. I decide to hike off the fucking mountain. I'm like, I gotta go back. And I start hiking back. I try to go at night, which would be crazy dangerous because you're on the side of cliffs. Look up Kalalau Trail. Look up Crawler's Ledge. Okay, Crawler's Ledge, Nepali. Napali. It's not exactly something you'd want to hike at nighttime, okay? Could die very easily, even in the day.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so I tried to hike off that at night. I'm so pissed. My buddies convinced me to go to bed. No, you can wait till tomorrow. I'm like, no, I have to go back to work. I have to go back to work. And then, finally in the morning, I leave. Now, this is like, again, do you remember I said you could either think I'm making this up or crazy or telling the truth? On the way back, I am so angry that I start speaking in tongues. Now, here's what it was like, okay? I mean, if I'm making this up, it's a great story, huh? I can really spin a yarn here, huh? So, I can feel how angry I am, and I'm like, why am I so fucking mad? Why can't I just wait 2-3 more days? I can wait. My friends are all gonna be pissed. I'm gonna have to explain this. Like, this is gonna make more chaos with my peers than any benefit I get from working more. What happened was my girlfriend at the time, I forgot to put the SD cards in the camera, and I was mad at her for it. And I was mad I couldn't shoot videos out there. So I hike back, and I say to myself, what's this mad voice in my head? And I'm like, I wanna hear it. I wanna hear what this voice would say. So I let it out, because I felt, I'm like, I wanna know what's in there. Man, that shit was fucking weird, dude. Holy shit. It's like, I can't even do it, but it's like, fucking, fucking, I mean, you ever see how a homeless person talks? Imagine that, but like a white ginger guy trying to sound like a lion while talking like a homeless person, but really trying to sound like a devil. Like, fucking, and fucking just like a homeless person. It's fucking crazy. Random ranting. Okay? Compulsive, can't stop, randomly ranting. And I'm powering through Crawler's Ledge way too fast and wishing that I'll fall off and just die. You ever seen where maybe a girl who has borderline personality disorder will get mad at her boyfriend and start push the gas down? You remember the movie Vanilla Sky when is it Cameron Diaz pushes down the gas and is like gonna kill Tom Cruise or whatever?
Yes.
You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of get like that kind of vibe, right? That's why you gotta be careful. You date a girl with BPD. Talk about demon shit, by the way. That's like that'd be a whole other seminar. So I get like that. I'm super fucking pissed. Went home, was fine, whatever. But now I'm left with this weird question, like, what the fuck was that? And what I realized later was, for the same reason that I can't get my friends to succeed in many cases, I also didn't have the ability to receive that much light. I just didn't. So it activated something. Okay? So it's almost like this. I was never built to receive that much light. I was built to be the dumb derper rotting in hell in the cold where I was from. It's a great country, but, my version of it was rotting in hell. That was what my life was supposed to be. And through a bizarre series of events where I'm being around and, attacked and having to bounce back and not give up and weird things, just like a lot of random things had to happen. Random things had to happen. And what happens is that at every level that you're going to break through, there's things pulling you down. So notice that I said you have your own success. What was the sequence I just made up here on the spot? It was like you have your own success barriers. Then you have, did you write it down?
You'll attack yourself.
Attack yourself. What else?
You'll attack people that help you.
Attack the people that help you. What else?
Institutions.
Institutional,
Yeah.
mainstream view, attack within your niche. Last one's fucking Satan. Okay? So even if you push through all that, you just come under spiritual attack in my experience. Now, maybe there's a biological explanation. Maybe I always knew how to speak in tongues. I don't know, guys, okay? I'm not saying I know everything. I do not. But it was just an experience that I had. Now, here's the best part of all this shit, okay? The specific friends that I have that would hear this story would be like, there goes Owen again. There he goes again with his little woo-woo, right? These guys, if you knew them, are so fucking dark and so fucking self-destructive that they've done crazier shit than me hiking off the trail. At least I hiked off the trail mumbling random bullshit and went on with my life. These are guys that wind up entangled in lawsuits that cost them millions with the people that helped them and loved them the most. These are people who alienate all their friends and the people trying to help them. These are people who, if you look in their eyes, look like a fucking shark and have black bags under their eyes and they look like they've got fucking Botox in their face. There's weird ass fucking looks, weird ass vibes. And they even accomplish a lot, so people want to like them and they alienate their friends. And they don't even know what real friendship is because they often live in a permanent state of that block, permanently. And they get access to that abundance, that awesomeness at the expense of their friends, of having clear discernment, of being miserable, of living permanently in that reptilian circuitry. That's who they are. You know, we came from like, what is it, bugs or reptiles? Who here knows evolution? Where did we come from?
Monkeys.
Monkeys was a little far back. What else? Before the monkey.
Tadpoles.
Who here has chat GPT?
Basically tadpoles.
Okay? Say like, what animals did we evolve from? Because that circuitry's in the mind, right? Just say, you know, what's our evolutionary history in a minute? Anyone have the audio version? Ibrahim. You got the audio?
Yeah.
Okay, pass it up. You asked it?
Here, yeah.
What do you press? You just press.
It's going. It's going. You talk to it and then it'll
Oh.
answer.
What animals did we evolve as in our evolutionary history?
So humans evolved from a long line of ancestors over millions of years. We share a common ancestor with apes, and if you go way back, you'll find that we evolved from early primates, and even further back from small mammals, and eventually from fish and other ancient life forms. It's a pretty fascinating journey.
Very sexy voice. Where can I find you? Do you like gingers?
Next step, AI game.
Yeah. So guys. So, that circuitry's still there. You ever just look at a crocodile and see this vacant look? It's just like, ow, like that. Like it's not your little buddy, right? It's not your little buddy. Look, there was an old rumor that was not even real that talked about, that there was this woman that had a snake as a little friend, right? And the snake grew. It was fake, but it was debunked. But the fact it was believable was funny. And the snake, she thought it was her friend, lay down beside her and was like as long as her, and she thought it was her little buddy and cuddled it. But later she realized that it was actually checking its length to see if it could swallow her whole. She believed that the snake was her friend, but actually it was just sizing her up. Now, it got debunked, but that shit was everywhere for a long time. Why is it believable? Because some humans just operate from that snake-like reptilian type of circuitry. That's just where they're at, right? So what's funny is, if you talk to them about anything beyond that, the light and shit like that, or why certain things happen, they can't see that. They're in the reptilian circuitry. They're completely unaware. Okay? They're unaware. They don't have self-awareness. They don't know what they look like. Lack of self-awareness, don't know what they look like, don't know what they're trapped in. So to me, that's, one of the functions of Christianity is meant to wake people up from that. So if somebody's in that snake, like eat my owner type mindset, the way that something like Christianity would try to disrupt that circuitry would say, give to others. Give to another person. Because the snake can't do that, right? So it shifts your awareness somewhere else if you maybe help an enemy or give to others. So it shifts that. So if you're not able to shift out of that, then what happens is you go into nature and you can't stay there. It's too much light. That's why my boy Zach had to leave Glacier. So the point being, but I mean, that's him at 21. When I had my little thing, that was me at like 26 or something, 27, whatever it was, right? So what I'm saying is at each level that you go to, there's blocks. But let's circle back again. Remember I said to you that I could write something like Blueprint Now in a couple days? The thing that made it hard was not that it's hard to write all that, because I knew all that, it was in my mind. It's not that it's hard to write what's in your mind. The thing that was hard was the beauty and abundance and heaven-like environment that it would create. That was the hard part. The other big one's approach anxiety. You ever just think, oh, there's a girl I'd like to go say hi to, and you don't do it because part of your brain says, if I did this, I really like that girl, I'd be really happy to meet her and have a fun time, and it blocks you. You look at Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged, Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, marketing books, Dan Kennedy, Alex Hormozy, whatever, right? Same thing. Alex Hormozy, by the way, likes to work in a room of white walls, doesn't care to eat in a nice restaurant, doesn't care where he lives, doesn't care to do nature trips. He's an amazing fucking teacher who I admire. But it's like what I told you, there's a circuitry that's going on there. But that guy is incredibly valuable. So, you know, what happens is you wind up making choices that are completely centered around the utility of taking. So let's look at the layers of traps. Lowest level, derper. In your town that you grew up in, around a bunch of people that you have grievances with, not going anywhere, shitty commute to work, scared to approach a girl, scared to build a business. You try to build a business, you try to read a good book, it blocks you. Instead, you look at your search history, you're looking at a bunch of bullshit. Then a politician comes along, tells you that it's not your fault, it's the system, which is partially true, but never asks you to look at yourself as much. You know, you never hear a politician going like, invent some shit, bitches. They just say, I'll fix it. Then you get stuck there. Somebody tries to come and help you. By luck. They help you a bit, self-sabotage. Maybe through some fluke, you get pushed through that. You get put in better environments, you self-sabotage. Look, if I'm with a group of my friends that are very elevated, we're all having fun, I know there's certain people you can't bring. You can't bring them there. If I'm doing a great party with my friends, with all my buddies that are really high level, I can't bring the lower level friends or they act weird. I've tried so many times. And you're thinking, I'd be different. You won't. Not unless you've addressed it. I remember this one guy who I love to death. And he was like, and I'd spent probably 5-10 grand and months prepping that party. And that's a cheap party, but still 5-10 grand a month preparing it, my time. And all I could complain about was like, this guy came and talked to my girl. I go, bro, I spent time, energy, money to create this party. Let me enjoy my fucking party and move on. Do you think I ever invite him again?
Nah.
So when he's looping on how the guy came and talked to my girl, what do you think that really is? What's he really doing? He's never gonna make a connection like me ever again. I promise you if I called him, he has no connections like that. He doesn't go back to parties like that. He smokes weed all day, I promise you. So what's he doing there? What's he doing? Self-sabotage, massive self-sabotage, okay? So then there's self-sabotage. People try to help you, you ruin it. You stumble upon anything that could help you, but there's weird mainstream news around it. The followers of it instinctively ruin it by being weird. It's almost like people spiritually say, there's something beautiful, there's a beautiful piece of knowledge. Let me connect to it and act super weird to turn everyone off. That'll be my role, blocking the knowledge. Then what happens is that institutions wrap around and attack it. And then if you get through that, you're just on the side of a fucking cliff in Hawaii speaking in tongues. Then if you get through that, they lock the country down. Okay, do you see where I'm going with this? Trap after trap after trap after trap after trap after trap. Smoke and mirrors, hall of mirrors, illusions, mind fucking with you, making you see things that aren't there.
Why are these traps here?
Well,
Do you look
I can tell you what the Gnostics think. They think we're in a prison planet.
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I've heard that. Might be. Moon, not everything. Trapping
I mean, when you consider how powerful human beings are and just the less than 1% potential they're operating at, it's crazy.
I wish someone had that smart a plan. I don't think they do. I wish they did.
No, not people.
Oh, other.
Yeah, I mean, we're here. Look, I'm not saying that that's the case, and I'm not saying I agree with what the Gnostics say, but you got to think about it. I mean, they didn't come out with that from nowhere. I don't view like a lot of those same, like that's viewed as heresy to Christians, but there are certain concepts in there that you don't have to believe like what Gnostics say specifically, but you don't have to agree with them specifically because they say a lot of like heretical stuff, but you can still see the conceptual framework that what Jesus is saying is not that different than what the Gnostics are saying. They just have a different accounting of it. In other words, like living in hell is both a place that you can go after you die, but it is a dimension that you can live in now. I mean, we're here in Chicago. How far would we have to drive to go to hell?
We could just walk out and
downtown.
Yeah, just walk downtown. Yeah, right? How about South Side?
Ooh. Yeah.
Is it still like that? I don't know. They used to call it Chirac. Gentrified? Okay. My friend Brandon Carter's from there. Okay, it's the north side now? So we can go to hell anytime we want. Okay?
What's the solution?
I got it. I'm going to end with that. So, guys, so here's what I'm saying. Like, I was not, when my buddy came and said, let's go teach, let's go to San Diego, all that, I mean, guys, it was so crazy. Like, again, I flew into Chicago. I'm seeing all this. I remember when you fly from Chicago to San Diego, I'm not sure if it's Grand Canyon you fly over or some kind of canyons in Utah. I think it's maybe, do you fly over Colorado to get there?
Plateau.
What's that?
Colorado Plateau.
Okay, I don't know exactly where I flew, but I remember I was listening to this like trippy ass music on the headphones, like in the old school like airline headphones, the shitty ass headphones, right? Before the Dr. Dre beats came and saved the day. Hey, maybe he did save the day. So I'm flying, listening to this shit. I'm looking down, and I see Chicago coming down. I see these huge mountains that I think was maybe Colorado. I fly over, what was it, the Grand Canyon or some kind of canyons, land in fucking San Diego. I mean, this was trippy, man. This is why I tell young dudes, you got to travel. That's why I have my kids for 5 years on the road. They're here now. That's why I do this, so they can have, I mean, you better believe I believe in what I'm saying, because I took 5 years to take my kids on this. That's how important I think it is. So that kind of ties in with what you're saying about the solution. So I'm not saying I have a permanent solution, but I'll tell you what my opinion is. I think what has to happen is you have to kind of forcibly do the things that happened to me by fluke. So in other words, read Holy Scripture, read Bhagavad Gita, read whatever you want to fucking read, whether it's like some random shit like Kabbalah or Zen ideology from Japan. I mean, there's amazing stuff. It's all amazing. But anything really high vibration. There's a guy who has a really weird book with like talks about a lot of crazy weird stuff, but it's called Levels of Energy by Fred Dodson. And the book actually goes in, it's amazing, even though he's like talks about like aliens and time travel and angels stuff. But if you can get past that, or it happened, I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about speaking in tongues. I'm basically operating that level at this point. So what I would say is you have to expose yourself to things that are very, very, very high paradigm, even if you don't like it. So, if you're reading Atlas Shrugged, do what I did. Make yourself read it. I trained myself to read that shit. I trained myself to read it. I made myself sit down and I forced myself to read these really long books. Cool thing Atlas Shrugged too is so long that you get a lot of confidence to read other books. It's so long. Then I read Fountainhead. So, and there's all sorts of weird like ideologies behind these authors. She had come from Russia, from communism. You could be a leftist or a communist and still gain value from Atlas Shrugged. Like, just take it for what it is. You don't need to like make all these strong opinions on it. There's an agenda with everything. So, made myself read that. Made myself go and do cold approach, which made me get in state. That was huge. Just getting in state every night. Massive. Oh my God. That is huge. And doesn't mean you have to go have sex with a bunch of people, by the way. Just go chat, get in state, get in flow. Follow ideas like from the Bhagavad Gita. Train yourself to be attached only to the process and not the outcome. Do that. The Tao Te Ching. Train yourself to tap into the Tao. The Bible. Train yourself to give and be a giver, and other lessons that are all through the Gospels. Piles of them. Okay? Make the blind man see. You're the blind man. Okay? Make yourself walk on water when you believe. There's a metaphor there. Turn the water into wine. Transmute. You see? It's all in there. Have the second birth, the birth of the soul when crucified. It's all in there. So then, okay? Then, so if you combine reading the right books, whether it's beautiful, get off all this bullshit media, drugs, alcohol, cut it all out. Eat beautiful foods, nourishing foods, read incredible books, books that talk about how to make money, but not just selfishly, even if it could be written by selfish people, but use it for good things. Combine that making money with, again, what Jesus would say, doing good things, adding value, doing things for free, and doing things to get paid and share that and pay it forward. Practice of Bhagavad Gita says, do things that are process-oriented. Go out, get insane a lot. I personally, will go into the forest to pick reishi mushroom. Okay, be careful with that. That shall kill you. I have experts to help me with that. But the point is, you can take like reishi mushroom, cordyceps, chaga, ginseng. I take 100-year-old, 150-year-old ginseng. It's like $1,500 for a bottle like that. Some people believe there's wisdom in that. Who knows? I would say, what most people will tell you is psychedelics. I think there's a payback on that. If you've done it and you got wisdom, stop now, take the wisdom, and then leave it alone. Okay? From there, have a path to mastery. Have some bigger vision of what you're trying to create for the world. That could be a mother wanting to be great for her children. It could be an entrepreneur. It could be holding a really high frequency and just everywhere that you go, making a 7-Eleven guy smile. Eckhart Tolle calls that a frequency holder. But have some bigger thing that challenges you and that puts you through hell. Show that you want to be an agent of change. Show that you want to be somebody who wants to bring, Eckhart Tolle would call it the new earth. And that doesn't mean you can't get paid, guys. It doesn't mean you got to be broke. People say, oh, you made money. How can you be spiritual? Fuck off, dude. That's another one of these weirdos who, who's like acting all weird so that you won't even look at anything elevated. Like, yeah, if you want to do anything elevated, you have to be a broke incel.
Do you see money as light?
I think it's your relationship to money. I made money so I can come to a free event. I can eat things that are healthy for my brain. I can take my kids around in nature. Now, on the other hand, if I'm using money like Scrooge McDuck and just accumulating it, not cycling it and doing anything with it, and it's just for me, that's my relationship to it. There's a difference between, take celibacy, right? I remember I met Justin Bieber, and he's like, yeah, my pastor told me that I'd gain from being celibate. That's a real sacrifice to a guy like Justin Bieber. It really is. Turned out his pastor was Carl Lutz, the massive fuckboy. But wears the same glasses as me and everything. But Joe Rogan made a joke about him having a dick root. But anyway, but nonetheless, Justin did that. That's a real sacrifice. The average shy guy who is terrified to even say hi to someone hears something spiritual and uses that as a justification to be a coward. There's nothing spiritual about sitting in your basement with a bottle of Vaseline being mad. Okay? There's nothing spiritual about being lazy and not building your gift to the world. And if you don't have money, you can't cycle that forward. Now, I don't talk about this a lot, but I'm going to say it here to make the point. Back in the day, I was making so much cash, using that to build instructors, using that to do free events, using that to do free videos, putting myself out there in ways that cause problem in my life to put out content that I thought people need to see, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't want to say that a lot because it cheapens what I did. So as far as you guys are concerned, I did it just to bank it, that's fine. But what I'm saying is this. It's okay to make money and to have cool stuff and to help people. You help the world, including yourself. It's just about your relationship to it. There's no reason that you have to be broke in your mom's basement whacking off. That's not life, that's not living, that's not joy, that's nothing, that's death. Okay, why don't you just go live in live in the alley just praying while people die around you. Like, where do people get this shit? It's missing, they don't look at the deeper levels of what's taught in spirituality. They just take it as some surface sentence. So, when they say harder for a rich man to go to the kingdom of heaven than a camel to go through the eye of a needle, paraphrase, right? What they're talking about is the Weasley marketer guys that I'm talking about, that are just take. But you want to know what? I would rather hang out with a Weasley marketer, reptile, than an apathetic spiritual person any day of the week. At least they're doing something. At least they're doing something with their lives. As opposed to somebody who just says, oh, I'm spiritual, as a way to get fake superiority, who never actually did anything good. Isn't that a great excuse for being lazy and being an incel? You know what a lot of spiritual people will say about dating? They do this frame that there's all these women that are out there that are sluts that wanted to fuck them. There's all these women that want to fuck me. And I resisted, because I'm spiritual. I resisted this giant pool of promiscuity. There's like this giant orgy that I was being invited into. And I said no. That's how they frame it. These people couldn't get a conversation going for more than 5 seconds. They went and actually said, they would never have the courage to even say hi to someone, and even if they summoned that up, they'd be blown off within 5 seconds. There's no real sacrifice being made. They're just scared, and that's it. So there's a difference between, a super shy guy working on his social skills for a year. Maybe that guy's in college, he's a virgin, he'd like to meet somebody, like to get a girlfriend, works on his courage for a year, builds it up, finally has a little hookup. Maybe starts dating the girl. That's a very different thing than maybe a celebrity who's on coke every day, bringing over prostitutes. So it depends your relationship to it. So anyway, look, the last thing that I would say too is get in nature. Train yourself to get in nature. Train yourself to get around those frequencies. And if you feel yourself not wanting to do it, here's what you're going to find. You're always going to have an excuse. You're always going to have a reason not to go. It is going to be reason after reason after reason after reason not to go. And what will happen is, if you even made yourself go, you'll probably have some lesser version, or maybe even a greater version, of the weird shit that I experience. You're going to feel your brain making excuses. So look at what your brain does. Watch. You try to step up. You try to read a book. And your brain says, can't do it. I need a nap. You try to meditate. Another great one, by the way, meditation. You guys should make a list of all this shit. I'm freeballing this shit, okay? Just write this shit down. You try to meditate. What happens when you try to meditate? What's your brain do?
Fall asleep.
Notice the similarity with meditation and reading? You want to take a nap. You actually try to, look at something like a marketing thing. That you could actually use that. There's no gatekeepers. You could learn marketing right now and actually build a beautiful life. But what do you start wanting to look at instead? If we look at your search history. Garbage, brain rot. Then you actually you power through that. You power through. You try to break out of this. What do your derper friends do?
Come on, man, just get out with us again. Go drink.
Yeah, mock you. Look, none of this happens to me. At this point, no one would ever talk to me like that now. Like, I'll hear people new to this, like, my friends don't like it, my mom doesn't support me. I'm like, is that even a thing? Like, why do you care? Just go win. Like, why are you that weak? But when you're in that, like when that's like your life and your friends don't believe in you and all that, yeah, she'll fuck you up. So your friends start fucking you up, right? Then, you go past that, and a million other things fuck you up. You can't go to nature, et cetera, et cetera. So what winds up happening is, I think one of my favorite passages in the Bible is the narrow road. Many are the ways that, this is paraphrase, many are the ways that lead to destruction. Narrow is the road that leads to life. So when I tell you that I can create something like Blueprint Decoded in a day or two, couple days, whatever, probably a day or two, like to be honest, I'm probably doing 2 hours at this point. I probably don't even need to prepare it. So if that's the case, what is it that would allow me to do something in 3-4 hours, what would have taken me 3, 4, 5 years back in the day? Why am I Superman? Like, what does it actually look like that I can do it? What does it actually look like?
You're optimized in some way.
You already did it.
It's actually really, really simple. It's like real simple.
Nothing attacking you.
Back in the day, when I was making Blueprint, if I sat at the computer for 12 hours a day, how many hours was I actually doing anything?
One.
It's fucking nothing, man. Okay? It was me making myself sit down, write something. I'd get up, I'd go in a fucking circle, fuck, and then I'd sit back down. It was just the same shit, right? Look, any of you guys try to start your business, you do this?
Yeah, every day. Like, I'm trying to get
You see where I'm going with this, okay? So the thing is that that's what was happening. So that's why when entrepreneurs say, you gotta hustle, you gotta grind, what it actually means, you can build a business in like a week. What it actually means, I'm kind of exaggerating, but like kind of not. So what it actually means is it's like you were like spiritually blocked, and it's almost like you know the movie Dune, and it's from a book too, which is a great book. And he puts his hand in the pain thing, and he's got to hold it in there excruciating and not pull it out or he dies. He has that like knife on his neck and he'll die. Yeah. You go to sit down to do this like either to read an elevated book, or to go in nature, or to do the thing that'll change your life, or to go out and approach and get insane and meet someone and you have a great dating life, whatever, right? The elevated thing. You go do it, and you can just get kicked back out. You're like, hey, I'm gonna go approach tonight and learn some social skills. It's like, this is what everybody looks like when they're learning social skills. So they're gonna go approach, they're like, which like is the worst strain to be coming from when you're talking to a girl ever, right? And you're like, I'm gonna get a glass of water, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, right? You see what's going on? Okay? So, right? So, like, heaven on earth would be, look at this beautiful woman, right? Meet the girl, have a fun night, like, go to Millennium Park together, holding hands, joking around, have a great sex life, take her to fucking Nando's, right? Joke around, build a relationship, have kids, right? But instead it's just like, heaven on earth, and all that gone. Why? For what? For what? Because you're scared? On the other side of that approach is like amazing shit. Just write your damn book. But it's the same thing. It's like you go to write it and you can't do it. Me creating Blueprint was just 4 years of not able to sleep. Right? While I'm being like bukkake pimped in every direction. Right? So the thing is, it's if you and I made a choice through this whole process. I'm not going to complain. I'm complaining a lot in this video, but I'm trying to give context. I'm not going to be a complainer. I'm not going to be a victim. I'm not going to talk shit. I'm not going to respond to people that talk shit. I'm just going to keep building. I wanted to prove that I could become a multimillionaire, become the most successful of anyone in the niche, and leave the biggest legacy by just focusing on adding value. That's what I wanted. I want to do the most free events, put out the best and most that I can free videos, best content, help the most people. I'm just going to keep going back to the light. It's, who influenced me huge? It was Eben Pagan, and he said, David D. And he said to me, Owen, because I complained to him one day. He said, Owen, look, you want to think about it like there's this giant mountain of gold, and you're streaming through the stream, and there's these little piranhas that are nipping at your heels. And what you got to do is if you stop and you pull off the piranhas, blood will start to come out a little bit, leak out, and other piranhas will come. So for every one you take off, what happens? Two more come, two more come, two more come, two more come. If you've ever done social media, here's what you'll notice. If you have a troll and you think that you're clarifying what the troll says, you clarify it, the troll will deliberately misinterpret you, respond in a straw man argument, misinterpreting what you're saying, knowing that they are, and then if you respond to that, then what happens is two more trolls come. The trolls are like, troll fest! And then they come in, and then by the time you're done, you're arguing like 100 people. All misinterpreting you, by the way. Straw man, misinterpreting you. So, and they get, it's like food for them. It's literally food for them. I can recognize this shit from so far off. There was this one really famous troll that made a video about me, and it was like millions of views, whatever. And I would be on the street and see someone, and I'd see him looking at me, and I know that he recognized me from that video by his vibe. I won't name the troll, but it starts with PH. And I would go, PH, and they go, how'd you know? You can see by their energy. It's so easy to see it. It's so easy to see what drives people. You can look in their pupils. You can see the energy they're coming from. It's a joke. And they're always like, ha, 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 like that. It's like they're being empowered and emboldened with this fake confidence of dark reptilian shit. And no matter how many people around them can show them that they're being weird, they don't care. They're going to hold frame. They're being empowered by it. It's the same vibe as with the psychedelics, where you're getting all this like wisdom, but it's taking something away. It's taking away a certain awareness as well. So it gives a lot, but it's not sustainable. You got to know when to quit if you're doing that. So if you keep, meditating, reading higher paradigm books, getting into nature, making yourself build your business, just make yourself do it. Make yourself go be social. Don't be an isolated weirdo, okay? Make yourself get a cool girlfriend or have a cool dating life. Make yourself travel. Make yourself do it. Get around other people that will pressure you. You remember I said that I had like weird cluster B type characters pressuring me? And then also I had it to where I had financial crises that pressured me. Remember that? You want to know another way that you can pressure yourself? You can build a mastermind of your friends and tell all of them what you're going to do, and then you guys collectively pressure each other. You could, for example, you go out to a bar or club, give your buddy $2K in cash, and then say, I get back $200 every time I go say hi to somebody. Put a pressure on yourself that pushes you harder than your stagnation. Maybe tap into that reptilian part of the brain going, shit, I got to get back $200. Fuck this. There's also cool little exercises you can do when you go out, by the way. One of them that I've done with people is I say, go and touch the table, and then come back and I'll give you a high five. Then go talk to someone who you like, and then come back and I'll give you a high five. Now jump in a circle and I'll give you a high five. Now go talk to someone else you like, I'll give you a high five. What does that do? What does that teach you from the Bhagavad Gita? What's that teach you from the Bhagavad Gita? It's just process. You can do things like that. Okay? You can do exercises where you use your voice. You guys ever see it where I get you to use your voice? You go super loud, which pushes you, and all that, and it pushes you past your comfort zone, and it forces you to get past the reptilian circuitry that makes you scared. Fear-based challenges where you break down fear is huge. That's why I'm always hammering on people to speak up all the time. Break through the stagnation. Break through the reptilian circuitry. Ignite that winner effect. Eating foods that are high vibe. Listening to music that's high vibe. Reading books that are high vibe. Doing release work, trauma release. Getting in nature. Make yourself do it. Make yourself build the business. Make yourself social. Make yourself do spiritual work. Make yourself eat higher vibe foods. Make yourself. And so some of the tricks that they do is, one is creating a mastermind. Other collectively, people that will collectively pressure you. The other is, they call it throwing your hat over the fence. For some people, that could be paying for a training. For some people, that could be paying for a trip. For some people, that could be giving their friend $2,000 saying, I get back $200 every time I do something. The idea of throwing your hat over the fence is that if you want to make yourself jump the fence, it's a very low effort activity to throw your hat over it, right? It's very easy to throw your hat over the fence. But then what do you do? What do you do then? Once your hat's over the fence, what are you going to do? You got to go get it, right? If you give your buddy $2,000 and say, every time I say hi to someone, I get back 200, what's that do? It's throwing your hat over the fence. If you take an expensive training, what does that do? Like, God damn it, I want an ROI. That's like when I learned from Mystery. Throws your hat over the fence. If you tell everyone what you're going to do, that puts pressure on you. Repeat this after me. One of the most powerful forces in human psychology is to be congruent to your identity. So if you just start telling everybody, you start walking like that guy or person or woman, acting like that person, telling everyone that you're that person, putting yourself out there as that person. Admit that you're learning, but you do that, you'll want to be consistent in that identity. So, you can do things like move back into your parents' house to write your book. You're like, man, I want to get out of here. You can tell everybody that you don't smoke weed anymore. You can tell your friends, if I want to get a THC test, and if I smoked weed, I owe you money. Add pressure on yourself. Get around people that are doing it. Get involved in groups. By the way, my last effort that I'm going to make to try to fix this shit. So you guys remember I told you I tried freaking everything to try to fix this shit? I have one last thing I'm going to try, and then I'm giving up. Maybe.
Never give up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to try to do, I hope, I'm going to try to build this like human awakening project type thing, where even though I already release free videos, there's already free instructions online, there's already everything, I want to create groups in every city where there'd be almost serving the function of a church, but where people would actually get together once a week and kind of just pressure each other. And I think that would be cool. Maybe if you created masterminds in every city, and then you made the goal of every single person there to improve themselves so they could be a leader for others. And then their goal, kind of like Jesus says, become a fisher of men, would be to go into public and bribe people to come in and get training. Bribe them to come in and get some training so the world could be better. Why don't I want to do that? Lockdown. The typical capitalist mindset is, you know what? People that aren't going to get it or never going to get it, don't make them do it, right? But what happened was we have a society of derpers. And now what's happening? Lockdown. Because freedom only works when the public votes in policies that keep freedom. But if the public is a bunch of fear-based, unhealthy people hanging with their health and life by a thread, then you get put on house arrest. So eventually, as the derping increases, the wave and tsunami of derping, you're not going to have a free society to live in anymore. Or you get communism. So you might, I'm a business owner, I don't care about these derpers. Well, they care about you. And they're coming for you to lock you down, put you on house arrest, and take your money. So if you want to leave a good environment, guys, look, I'll be real with you. Like, I'm 45. I go out, man, I used to go back in the day to out here in Chicago, wherever else. There was good people out there, it was fun. You go out now, it looks like fucking Resident Evil out there half the time in a lot of these cities. It's fucking crazy. And they tell you can't do anything about this to demoralize you. Look, you're the fucking leader. It's your country. Look, I'm saying this to Canadians. It's your country. You're the fucking leaders of this shit. You're the fucking leaders. Do something about it. You're the fucking leaders. Do something about it. So, guys complain, modern women are bad. You're the man. What do you mean? Modern women are a reflection and amplification and mirror of the men. It's never the woman's fault. I'm not saying that to be like some CNN reporter, by the way. How much of a bitch do you have to be no, women are not a mirror of the man? Do you guys know, guys, there's no such thing as a bad woman or good woman. There's a woman with high interest and a woman with low interest. Have you guys ever seen it where you have a girl who's super into you and she's like a little angel, but she treated her ex like trash? If the woman likes you, she's in your frame and she's great. And if she doesn't like you, she goes nuts. Men have become such bitches that women went nuts. It's just a reflection of society. Then guys are like, well, society changed and all these movements happen. Well, you let it. It's your society. What are you blaming anybody else for? So, to see that there's a right way and wrong way to do things, guys. And there's many different right and wrong ways, but they come back to the same universal principles. They're just different applications of those principles. So to see society get put back into a healthier direction. It'll never be perfect. Human nature is not meant to be perfect. It's not a utopia. Anybody promising you utopia, be afraid. But to get it in a healthier direction where there's still, chaos and, but a healthy amount, not an unhealthy amount. Well, in order for that to happen, you yourself have to step up and lead, and then you have to become a leader of others. And what I found is the more people that I train, here's what I've just always seen, okay? Somebody who winds up paying for a program, they tend to be very invested. A sales ad has taken them through the process to where they finally admit they need help. Then when they invest in it, they're trying to get ROI. They have loss aversion. The only people that I've ever seen be successful have been through a sales funnel, paid, and have loss aversion. That's another example of how to make yourself. So the people that I've seen successful, if that's where they start and that's where they're trying to get to, they get from here to here by getting taught. What do you think it takes to get from here to here? How about this then? Because I like what he said action, but I didn't include that. Okay, you get from here to here by being taught. You get from here to here with action. How do you get from here to here? Leading. Okay? Zach didn't get to where he's at. Do you guys think Zach would have got to this point by just taking training, and then he just hops up and he did what he did today? Would that have ever happened? Okay, so what happened was he took a bunch of trainings. We filled his cup to max knowledge quickly. Then he came and helped. What do you think is better for his advancement? Just taking more training or getting the initial training and then being up here? What do you think helps the most? So men definitely, but I think women too, need to become leaders again. So we have to take responsibility for our weird shit, raise the light in ourselves, then begin to take a leadership position. So why is it so important that there's missionaries in the Bible? Because there's a leadership position. You're taking, and think of that what you want, because there's a lot of bad cases of it. They go to like native countries and create hell. But, okay, real bad. But, again, anything great often gets polluted like that. So, it comes down to, you can get yourself to a certain point by getting a mastermind, getting mentors, getting trainings, burning the boats. You guys ever heard the one, burning the boats? You heard that one? Yeah. Right? The Greeks come in, they're going to go sack Troy. What's the first thing they do? They burn the boats. Why? They can't go back. Okay? So they burn the boats. So they're going to burn the fucking boats. Now, all those things you have to do. Get in nature, read better books, force yourself to sit down, force yourself to build your business, force yourself to socialize. Consume better things in you. Keep the bad stuff out. Detox the bad stuff out. Sauna I think is amazing. Cold plunge I think is amazing. Anything that challenges you I think is amazing. Do hard nature trips. Get in nature and make yourself get a taste for it. It's almost like, remember when you're a kid, you listen to like certain kind of music that's kind of dark and you hear like more uplifting music, but you don't like it? Make yourself listen to the uplifting music. But in this case, I don't mean music. I'm saying as a metaphor. Make yourself get a taste for nature. If you go to nature and you want to run off, make yourself stay. See how long you can take it. If you're afraid to socialize, do what I did and go and socialize for a long time. See how long you can take it. Do that in fitness, if that helps you. Do that in hiking. Do that in your business. Keep pressing into it. What will happen by the end of this process is rather than you sitting there struggling to sit down and write your book, you resonate with it. You write the book real quick. Rather than you being afraid to go talk to someone, you go do it. So socializing gets really easy as you get older, by the way, if you keep pushing. Because you're like, I want to have fun. I want to have a girlfriend. I want to have cool friends, guy friends, whatever. Network. Easy. It's really easy. Public speaking, getting in front of an audience, really easy. You guys see what happened to my son Dylan at public speaking? I had him up at age 11 running an event. Everyone says, did you train him? I didn't train him. Minimally. I'm talking real minimally. Why was he able to just come up and let it rip? because he was around that energy. Eckhart Tolle would always say, and I study Eckhart Tolle a lot, he would say, get around the feet of the master. They will raise your vibe. There's both a content transmission, but an energetic transmission. Eckhart Tolle, he used to talk very, very slowly because he wanted you to focus on the energetic transmission. I run my seminars a little bit faster. By a little bit, I mean a lot. Two ends of the spectrum. But I'm doing the same thing. So it just reaches different audiences all. By the way, Eckhart's audience, I love Eckhart. I'm probably the biggest Eckhart fanboy of all time, but man, his audience is a fucking cope. Remember we talked about how making money's bad or dating is bad and all that? Man, go see the people at those spiritual seminars. Cope, they should call it Eucopia. Like, Copapalooza. Massive fucking cope. My God, it's a cope. That's what happens when spirituality is not met with action. I remember I love fucking Teal Swan, man. I'm such a fan. But I remember I went to one of her events, actually here in Chicago too, funny enough. She's like real tall. And I just remember I'd never seen a more coping audience in my life. And she's great. Not her fault. Not her fault. She's a baller. She's a G. She's a fucking G, man. Damn.
Who's this?
Teal Swan. She's a fucking G. She's a gangster. But this was many years ago. Many, many years ago. I don't know who she teaches now, but man, it was cope. Eckhart Tolle, man, these people look like they're ready to blow their brains out. It's cope, bro. Look, I explore this stuff. Just because I make cash doesn't mean I didn't explore minimalism. When I decided I'm going to try to build something, do you guys think that I didn't consider being a minimalist, just driving in a van and having fun? You think I didn't think of that? You think I just compulsively did this without thinking? I considered everything. You think I didn't consider doing psychedelics? It's not a compulsion, guys. This shit I've researched, thought this shit out. So in the same way, what I would tell you is, I thought about just being pure spiritual. I thought about all that. I also thought about being pure entrepreneur. I saw the pitfalls and the benefits of each. So when I would go to these events of just straight spiritual stuff, including a lot of churches, man, it was a cope. You go to a lot of ashrams and things like that. I've had great spiritual mentors. I've learned from the best. Man, they sit there, they coach you, they're helping you, all this. They get you meditating, all this. You go out, they got a parking ticket, and they start kicking the tire. Fuck this shit. Fuck. You know why? Because it's not ground anything. If you meditate in a room alone, it's not ground anything. Try staying present out in a crazy-ass Resident Evil streets in the club and bringing presence and light to that environment. Now, where did this land for me? Once I went through the process, I guess what I would tell you is I just didn't really see another choice. I didn't really see an out. I certainly didn't like the way my life looked at the time. It sucked. So many times I tried to kind of drop out of this shit and whatever, and it sucked. You ever seen the movie The Gray with Liam Neeson?
Yeah.
Okay, so that movie, the whole idea of it is that they land in, I think it's like Alaska or Montana, and I think Alaska. And they're out there in the snow. And inevitably, they're not going to survive. There's no way they can survive. And then there's wolves trying to kill them. So what the movie shows is the different way that people approach death. How do you approach death? So do you approach death by saying, like one guy says, you know what? I'm just going to sit here and look at the stream. I'm just going to sit here and look at the stream. We're going to die anyway. I'm sick of fighting. I'm sick of running. The wolf's going to come eat me. I'm going to look at the stream. Liam Neeson's character says, no, I'm going to go all the way. And there's a poem that they read. Yeah, you guys probably know it. And the purpose of, the movie, if the movie had been that they could live and beat the wolves, it would be a 5 out of 10 movie at best. Like a cheap wolf Jaws. Like the movie Jaws, but like a wolf. Right? So what makes it good is the fact that they can't live. And it's how each person approaches their death, right? So,
Was he the last one alive? I ain't watching them all.
what's that?
He ain't the last one alive, right?
Yeah.
He strapped broken bottles to his fingers.
Yeah.
And just cut it.
But it's what it means spiritually through the journey, right? So, they read a poem. He says, do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rage at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Though wise men at their end know dark is right, because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright. Their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men who caught and sang the sudden flight, and learned too late, they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight. Blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my Father, there on that sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. So, was that the correct version? Who knows that poem? Who is that? Is it Rudyard Kipling?
Dylan Thomas.
Dylan Thomas? Anyway, I'm not someone that reads that a lot, but it was amazing in the movie, right? So I'm not sure exactly what that was, but the point is, that was what they sort of emphasized in the movie, right? Is what does it mean not to just let your soul get sucked out? Okay? To me, that sitting in Canada in that life is spiritual death. It's the body's still there, but it's an emptied out husk. For me to have gone to an internet marketing seminar and just said, and again, everyone should do this. It's awesome. But if you only do this, it's bad. Oh, I'm just going to work on my VSL, my phone. That's all. Again, I love that stuff. I want to teach it. It's great. But that's all that you do. You stop growing, stop fighting. You're not staying in the fight. Again, spiritual death. Not forcing yourself to get in nature, but just living in the ego of the city. Spiritual death. You're dead. You're literally dead. Your body's just running around in that reptile consciousness. You're literally dead. So what I'm saying is, go all the way. Make a choice to go all the way. Say that with me. Go all the way. Say it. Go all the way. Okay? Go all the way. And what I mean by this is stay in the fight. You can fuck up. You can embarrass yourself. You can look stupid. You can have a moral lapse. You can act in some way out of character and make mistakes. As long as you're not dead, you're still in the fight, right? And in the process, have fun. Part of raising your vibe is to have fun. Remember, everyone should benefit, including you. Have fun. Have a fun life. Have a great life. Enjoy your life. And what'll wind up happening, because for me, part of why I just went in nature as well was both to raise my vibe and get the insight. But I realized I got to start having more fun. I got to have more fun. If you don't have fun, you're just mad. That's also fucking you up. Have great sex. Make some money. Go to a nice restaurant. Go in nature. Have fun. Have a lot of fun. You're competitive. You're super competitive. You're a G. Okay, have more fun than anybody. Be happier than everybody. That's a G move. Be happier than everybody. It's not just how many girls you slept with. It's what was the quality of sex? Who was your partner in that sex, right? Like, did you like the person? Maybe you didn't like them, but it was good, whatever the case, right? But there's something good about it. So think about it from a component or a standpoint of what are you going to do out of your life? And so, from a practical standpoint, my life went from me probably winding up blowing my own brains out or just being, stuck in a shitty environment and just being unhappy and just having a shit job and everything would have been shit, all shit, to a lot of the fun that I did wind up having as a result, which is building crazy skill sets and being an orator, the social skill sets that I teach, leaving a legacy, having fun, traveling everywhere. I wound up meeting almost every celebrity I wanted to, although I guess there's more. Wound up reading stuff I want to read, going where I want to go, knocking off bucket list items. I've knocked off almost every bucket list item I have. I've had a lot of fun. Great sex life, great dating life, great friends. A lot of great things happened. Okay? So, competing with Hugh Hefner for best party in LA. All this superficial stuff, The watches, the cars, the mansions, all that. That's fun. But again, that's just a stop on the journey. Anybody who tells you that stuff's not fun, I think they're just kind of bullshitting. It's like, well, then why do you have it then? But there's also something past that, which is who you become as a person. And to me, the real fun is knowing, okay, I want to write a book. I can do it real fast, real quick. Okay, I want to build that business. I can do it real fast, real quick. Oh, there's someone I like to attract. Walk over. Most cases, it's on. I want to go help people. Boom, my stuff fucking massively helps people. Want to leave a legacy? Put great stuff out. Boom, you can do it. Want to jump up? Long speech? Boom, you can do it. It's called being a master of your own reality. That's the real fun. Because I can't tell you how many times that I've been out, maybe in venues in Los Angeles where there's some rich kid, and they have everything I have, but they're not having fun. They don't have the palate to enjoy it. You have to give to prepare the vessel to receive. So we could be at that same fancy restaurant, but they're not eating it or enjoying it the way I am, and the way you will if you earned it. It's a different experience. Likewise, you go out into nature, someone maybe just brought you there, you didn't earn it. You're not gonna feel the same way about it. The guys that I brought on a free boot camp, didn't pay for it, didn't earn it, couldn't take it in. So you gotta earn it. You gotta burn off the karmic debt. You gotta fucking earn it, okay? And the thing is this, there's a bigger reason why I think it's important and then a more pragmatic. So I'm gonna give both. The pragmatic reason is I just think the regular shit people do is just fucking boring. Honestly, it's just fucking boring. Like, that's all I can tell you. It's just really, really, really boring. I mean, come on, man. How many times can you listen to fucking Taylor Swift and look at Housewives of Orange County and fucking jerk off and drink a beer? Like, the shit's boring, bro. Maybe once a year to chill. They feed you some boring slave girl, bro. Slave girl sucks.
What's Housewives of Orange County?
I don't know. I actually don't know. Sounded good. I think I heard it something. But, okay, it's pig slop. It's gruel. So from a pragmatic standpoint, it's gruel. I also have my own personal beliefs, my own spiritual beliefs about this. I think this is why we're here. So I believe that you have to do this eventually. That's my honest opinion. I think spiritually, this has to eventually happen. I don't think you get out of it. I don't think there is a way out of it. And I think you're in jail. And I'm not saying that I have all the answers. I'm kind of just like some dude who has like a YouTube channel and like did some coaching, but and had like a interesting life. You ever see like Dr. Dre, the movie, the video I Need a Doctor, and he's like reflecting on his life, sitting in Big Sur, and then this Lamborghini crashes. It just shows like his life he reflects on. I've had a life like that too, very much. But I think that ultimately we're in jail. And so it's that, I think the Buddhists have some of this right, to be honest with you. It's that attachment, right? We get attached to certain worldly things, and we have to cut our attachment to it to elevate, to ascend. And what I think has to happen is that we kind of move through different energetic paradigms. Fred Dodson, the book Levels of Energy, I think covers it very well. Power versus Force covers it. But what I love about Fred's book, even though it's wacky, has weird stuff in it, is that he says he actually rates different environment for their level of energy, different teachers for their level of energy. And you start to get a taste for it, a sense of it. And I'd recommend that you do that in yourself. But again, where I kind of differ, maybe not entirely, but to some extent in focus, at least in emphasis from a lot of spiritual teaching, is I feel like this stuff means you fucking crush it. Like, why do we think that just be happy, that's everything? How about this? What about being pissed off and sad that you're climbing a mountain and it's just cold and it hurts and it sucks, but you feel fulfilled? I'm not saying that spirituality couldn't account for that too, but I'm just saying, like, hasn't a lot of the coolest things that happened to you been things that were hard, actually? So why is like, if you're just happy, that's enough, and then you just stare and meditate all day? Rather than meditation being meditation should be something that you do at times to build a foundation of stability to be happy. And then once you're happy and you're operating from a higher vibration, you can help more people. You can do more things. You can have more fun yourself. You can leave a bigger legacy. I was sitting at Erewhon the other day in LA, and I had these two spiritual female friends that have like all this, they're like deep in the spiritual community. I actually ate dinner with them yesterday in Iowa. They live in Iowa. But they come to LA a lot. And they have all these friends, right? So this guy comes up to me, and he's like, oh, I know you through Samra and Ada, and like, I love your stuff, da-da-da. And I looked at him for 2 seconds and I said, you should just be more greedy and make a lot of cash. And he's like, what? He's like, but you're so spiritual, I wouldn't want to make cash. I'm like, look at yourself. Be greedy and make cash. Why do you guys think I said that to him? Because the spiritual community has major scarcity issues around cash. It's like financial scarcity conditioning, poverty conditioning, poverty mindset. Like, oh, I could never get paid for what I do. Shut the fuck up. This is not spiritual. This is just like on some weird shit. Like, what is wrong with you? Okay? That's how I talk to these guys. Yeah, because it's like, that's not him being enlightened. It's not enlightened. He has a gift. He's not giving it. When you get paid, you can add more to that gift. Money's meant to be cycled around. He's not engaging in that process. He's not becoming enlightened. He's not becoming detached. This guy's not on his way to become a fucking like Buddhist enlightenment ray of light. He's just lazy. Probably does psychedelics, to be honest. No, in California. Probably sits there and fucking, you know, right? So it's like, cool, bro. Cool. You hate money. Cool. What have you done, bro? What have you done, bro? So I don't see any value in that. Look, I like him a lot. If I didn't like him, I would have told him what I see. And I got maybe 2-3 minutes of the guy before the Uber comes while I drink my Haley Bieber smoothie from Erewhon. So I'm like, bro, just be greedy. Imagine how fucking weirded out that guy probably is. Like, I met Owen. He's fake. He just told me to be greedy. He needs that. He's in poverty consciousness. That's not him being fucking enlightened, bro. Okay? It's not. So everybody's missing certain pieces, and part of that overall growth might happen via a business. It might happen via a breakup, getting dumped, getting attacked in the public, fucking COVID lockdown, right? Life itself is the psychedelic. Life itself will magically give you the medicine. Life is the medicine. That's why you're here. But if you just become a derper and just sit around, then you're not taking your medicine. So you've got to engage with life. You think it's a simulation? Then engage with the simulation. Engage with it. Don't be passive. Your life will blow by. And at every waypoint that you can feel yourself going into a derp state, into disassociation, into an unhealthy selfishness, because that guy there had an unhealthy selflessness. He had an unhealthy selflessness. But there's a healthy selfishness and an unhealthy selfishness. There's like being a taker and there's learning to receive. That guy didn't know how to receive. So as you're doing this, going through life, life is going to give you the medicine. And you have to make a choice to engage with it. Now, from this talk, you got a choice, right? This can be the start of something fucking massive, and it can be the seed of your growth, just like some of these environments and talks have been the seed and the starting point and the catalyst for a lot of very famous people, very successful people. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a room like this, someone's in the room, I look up 2 years later, they got 1 million followers on YouTube, or I look up 5 years later and they're a billionaire. It is weird. There's people in this room right now that are future millionaires, billionaires, maybe. There's people in this room that will make a difference. There's people in this room that will grow. But it's really up to you what you want to make out of it, right? So a speech like this, where I'm really transparent and unfiltered and all that, you can take it as, okay, that was cool. I went, Owen talked this thing, right? You can see it like that. You can see it as a wake-up call, do a bit better, did a little better, helped a bit. You can see it as a cope and a distraction from where you're at. Or you can see it as a catalyst at a new beginning, at a genesis point. It can be a genesis. And for whatever reason, despite the fact that I see a lot of people don't receive it, I came here. So if there's even one person in here that takes it on, it was worth it for me to come to Chicago. Even one. It was worth it. And part of my process is being a leader and Spread the fucking gospel. So that's why I came here, okay? So my advice to you, my honest advice, having spent time in nature, okay? Having been out in nature, is if you want to understand where this information, these ideas are coming from, here's where it's coming from. I take massive action in the city. I learn, I get punched around, fucked around, bukkakied, metaphorically, and grow. I come back to foundational principles. I read, I learn, I stay in the fight. I get out there, I help other people. I see what people need. I learn to have an intuition for what people need. Keep finding ways and playing with it to try to help them. I spend a huge amount of time in nature and in meditation. I take a lot of Eastern herbs. I try to eat foods that nourish my mind and my spirit. I get out there. And that time that I'm spending in nature, you guys have to understand, it's intense. It's like a real life psychedelic. You're out in nature. You realize simultaneously how big you are, how small you are. And we as men have to go into nature to gain clarity. We have to, okay? What you'll see coming up from me in the future, I've already done a lot of videos in nature. You've already seen it. But I did this huge series of videos just out in nature. And when you see the quality of those, you'll be like, damn, this is what happens when you go out in nature. This is crazy, right? You go out there to find clarity, right? It's like Jesus, 40 days, 40 nights kind of thing, right? You have to leave the city. You have to leave all the different attachments behind, and you have to face yourself, okay? You have to go face yourself. You have to be honest with yourself about what you're doing, what all this means. You've also got to get around peers that will give you feedback. You have mentors that will shit on you a little bit and tell you where you're going wrong. You have other peers and other people that are stepping up, and they give you feedback. And you have to also go and mentor other people. Ty Lopez, my friend, talks about that a lot. Sure, that's not the only place that's spoken about. Third of your friends could be people above you, a third people at your level, third people that you're helping, right? So you're getting mentored. You have other friends at your level. You have people that you're helping too, to move that energy around to get better. And so the reason I'm able to come up and I'm able to just riff like this, like that, is because I've spent a huge amount of time in the fight and in massive action, trying, split testing, experimenting, and then thinking about this 24 hours a day. I dream about it. I'm literally dreaming about this, okay? I dream about it. I dream about things I'm going to do, things I'm going to try, speeches I'm going to do. I get weird-ass downloads, which I don't think that's unique to me. I think that we all have that. I get weird-ass, epiphany moments. I'll be walking down the street in my head thinking about this stuff, and then it's like that. And then, I just get really, it's like Eckhart Tolle went, bing, right? And I'll get present. I also get that from going out, by the way. Socialize, I get that too. That's why people get addicted on it. And I get really present, and you get super, super present, and you get these weird little downloads, and your mind just gets very, very clear. Maybe it's God, or maybe it's just your brain defragmenting. I don't know. Feels like it's from above, but it's maybe just your brain defragmenting information. And so your brain just has these moments, right? And you also have dark nights of soul where you're like, what the fuck am I doing, right? And I think being depressed or mad is not helpful when you're just randomly a victim and pissed and just looping on negativity. But I think these periods where, I don't know, maybe you're in nature and you sit there and you just start crying because you're so mad at yourself. And that's not crying because you're a bitch or because you're complaining. It's a crying that comes from you realizing that you've had negative energy in you, you've had energetic parasites in you, and you're getting deceived. And you're in nature and you can start to see it. You start to see what you've been doing and realizing you're not on the right track. And the purging is just letting it go. You're like, no, I'm better than this. This isn't who I am. I hate this. I don't like this. This is not me. This is not where I'm going. This is not what I want out of life at all. It's funny to think about this because, if you're a guy and you undergo this process, you have a girlfriend who, you're all, rich and, take care of her, and she's like, I don't know, he's just, rich. She has no clue that you're, out in nature, crying, coming to God, on hands and knees, studying all this stuff, trying stuff, so that you can build, this, childlike reality for her to just be I love you, I'm in my soft life era, right? I manifest this, right? You've been to, the ends of you're like Master Frodo crawling up the mountain of, the Lord of the Rings, right? And she's like, yeah, I don't know. He thinks money's everything. Like, you know. So, and all he cares about, he just wants sex. You know, like, so like, but, so it's like you're just stressed off your mind right now. But anyway, so the point being, right? I remember one of my exes was like, he never loved me in my mind. I'm like, do you understand what I was doing to try to build that for you? Like, do you know what love is, right? You know, maybe she has some boyfriend who like won't do any of that stuff, just like average guy, but gives her a little more attention, you know, right? And it's like, I'm trying to build something beautiful for you, baby, but you know, but so a lot of the time people won't really understand. People look who even watch my videos, not everyone understands, right? Not everyone understands. Not everyone's gonna get it. Not everyone's gonna see it. It's really, they say it's lonely at the top. It's not maybe about being at the top compared to somebody else, but it's a journey that's really for you, right? Not everyone needs to get it. That doesn't mean to create things that no one understands at all. That's, you know, just kind of like you being self-indulgent that no one can benefit from. You have to make an effort to connect with other people and to try to reach them. But what I would say, that's why you learn marketing, why you learn social skills, charisma, all that. But what I would say is, it really is just you. It's kind of like you versus you. I'm not saying that other people are NPCs per se, but if someone's fucking with you, it's almost like you should think of it as just like, it's not actually that this happened, but you almost got to think of it like an NPC in a fucking video game, right? It's like, even though they're human, I'm not saying that, but you almost have to think of it like, I summoned this to show me something. And you're just always thinking, what is this showing me? Like, does this make me mad? Why am I reacting to this? Am I on a nature hike into Nepali Coast and running off like a satanic demon? Tickling my brain? Why? Am I struggling in this area? Why? Am I getting this kind of negative feedback? Why? Oh, I can't read this book that would help me, and I keep getting up and needing a nap? Why? What's this blocking me from? What's this showing? What's this revealing to me? And can you guys see the extent, too, to which modern society just beats this out of us and demoralizes us? So, there's when you guys think of America, right? I always say most people would not die to defend their country the way the country is now, right? But yet everybody here, I believe, does believe in America. But you wouldn't die to defend your country. Why? Because you're demoralized. You're like, and you're demoralized rightfully so. Because you know that other people wouldn't do it. What are you doing? Defending the country for all the fucked up shit happening in it? But the point being is this. If you get demoralized, they just broke your frame. That's it. They just broke your frame. You failed at the shit test. So don't let them break your frame. It's just a shit test. And I've had a lot of things that would have made me give up, right? People who I couldn't reach, people who I loved that I gave everything to, I poured into them every drop I had. They don't get it. Fine, whatever. Right? It's shit test, shit test, shit test, shit test, shit test, shit test. It's all a shit test. How bad do you want it? Right? How bad do you want it? Do you want to wake up? How bad do you want it? So, from that standpoint, you want it? Get it. LFG, you want it? Get after it. Get it. Okay? Awakening, whether you'd call that enlightenment, which I think is kind of you know my favorite word for enlightenment? I like to call it retarded. I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened. Fuck you. Suck my dick. Okay? I'm enlightened. Okay? I always say, always go full retard. To me, that means enlightened. Because it means that you're egoless. You're just having fun, expressing, enjoying life. Present. Not like calculating this thing in an ashram with a fucking white robe or some shit, right? So, look, I love those people too. I learn a lot from them. But I just think that there's like other levels than it being performative. It's very performative. I don't care about performative enlightenment. I don't care about saying, oh, I'm out of the matrix and surrounding myself with out of the matrix friends and like taking on this like another form-based identity of being the out of the matrix spiritual guy. I don't care. I learned that actually from a book called Spiritual Enlightenment is the Damnedest Thing by Jed McKenna. Not even a book I agree with entirely. Some weird stuff in there. He just keeps going on and on about how he's enlightened. But the book's powerful. Basically just mocks the spiritual community. It's super funny. So, although I'll warn you that one friend of mine commits suicide because he read that book. So be careful. Yeah, my friend Alex Gorman killed himself after he read that. So, Yep. So be careful. Always go full retard, boys. Alex will be back. You know, Alex will be back. I'll be like, bitch, Alex, what the fuck you doing? Fucking kill yourself, Alex, okay? So, yeah, because he's like, oh, like, what does life mean? All this stuff, right? Because the book basically rips down the fabric of reality. He couldn't take it. So, you know, he thought that, like, what that meant was, oh, nothing has any meaning. You remember I said when you go in nature, what does it teach you? It teaches you that you're both big and small at the same time. What did he take by committing suicide? What did he take from that big epiphany? Small. It's not true. The meek shall inherit the earth. That smallness is your bigness. The Tao Te Ching. Get rid of the kink of the form-based identity, merge with the whole, the Tao. So there's more to it. There's more to it than that. This is all stuff you can learn just by reading, guys. Like, I'm spitting all this shit, I'm just like spitting all this shit, like, oh, the big, the small, blah, like just kind of spitballing this shit. And it would sound like I have some epiphany that you couldn't get. Just get an Audible account, motherfucker. Like, it's all explained in there. There's nothing I'm saying here you couldn't do. All the social stuff I know you could do. I'll have you guys doing public speaking. Some of you tomorrow, you'll get to 80% my level in a day. You guys saw Zach up here. You can do the same shit. I got tons of clients build up businesses, build social skills, travel, did all sorts of shit. You can do it. It's not like everything I teach, you can do. It's not rocket science. It's not inaccessible. That's why I like to say, instead of calling it enlightenment, call it retarded. Makes it more accessible. What does enlightenment sound like? What does enlightenment make you look like and sound like and act like? Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Come on, bro. Right? What the fuck is that? So it's performative. So it's not about it being performative. It's about the actual alchemy. It's like these guys are like, well, the Bible says fucking this. It's like the Bible is about alchemy. It's about the transmutation of this shit into the soul. Has that happened for you yet? Well, then why are you looping on whether or not some archaeological thing in Israel got found? Like, they found a fucking skeleton. They think it's fucking Mary. And it's like, dude, there hasn't been alchemy yet. It's another distraction. It's a sideshow. It's a carnival. You say that you're out of the herd being enlightened, but you're just in a little side herd of spiritual people. You're just in another herd. Leave all the herds. They're just little reality tunnels that you travel down. Make the reality tunnel rather than always jumping down other people's reality tunnels. That's why in the Namaste spirituality, you're jumping down their reality tunnel. It's a good crutch to get you going. There's value there. A lot. Lots. A lot. But it's not the destination. In Jed McKenna, Enlightenment's the damnedest thing. He says, if on the road to enlightenment, you see Buddha, cut his head off. Okay? Just cut it off. Okay? His rotting fucking head on the side of the road. Now, what does that mean? Buddha would tell you, he'd be about it. He'd be like, fuck yeah. Why? Because you're not actually going to kill someone. It's a metaphor, okay? You don't chop someone's fucking head off, right? For the one guy in the room is like, well, you said. So finds a Buddha statue, chops it. So no, it's not that. Because it's the representation, right? Buddhism is the mind thing of awakening. The mind thing. The Bible often for most people is the mind thing rather than the actual transmutation. Eckhart Tolle would say, we talk about being present all the time. I'm present, but not be present. Talk about, social skills, not actually go out and build them. Money, self-help, not actually go do it. So you want to be a river, not just a striver. Not just always talking about enlightenment. Well, Buddha said this, the Bible said this. Where's the alchemy? And the alchemy comes from taking the medicine. And the medicine is life itself and engaging with life. So what that means is you have to regard most of what's in front of you as a fucking distraction from this. Okay? Now, does that mean go full and I love these guys. Don't get me wrong. I love these guys. Jocko Willink, David Goggins. I love these guys, right? Like full Sadhguru, right? I love all these guys. But, it's like you have no fun in life. You're just working on your development all the time. Maybe you become like Ayn Rand. You build a entrepreneurial enclave in the mountains you got to fly to and let society rot. I'm not saying do that. Although, if that's your thing, I can vibe with that. That'd be pretty funny. But if that's really just what you want to do, what I'm saying is, you ever heard the expression after enlightenment, the laundry? You ever heard that? Yeah. Before enlightenment, chop wood, get water. After enlightenment, chop wood, get water. So, still go to restaurants with your boys, your friends, female friends, whatever. Still do fun stuff. Still live your life. All the new movies out, go see it if you want. You know, you want to look at a TikTok meme for a sec, that's fine. Want to have wanky time, fap it, go for it. Okay? Come on, bro. Some guy's like, no, if you're enlightened, you can't ever fap. Shut the fuck up. Like, come on, bro. That's again like, oh, namaste. I could never fap. I could never eat a Cheeto. Just shut the fuck up, bro. But, you know, while you may want to rub one out sometimes or eat a fucking Cheeto, that should just be a small part of your life, not what defines your life. Because for most of society, you could literally make, like if you were to ask like ChatGPT to make a picture of the average guy in society today, it'd be like some fat, high slob in a wheelchair, jerking a porn while eating Cheetos, getting like a welfare check. So, you know, you ever seen the movie WALL-E? Right, these like guys in the wheelchair in front of the screen. So, while you're going through life, which has regular day-to-day life and chopping it up about, you know, maybe you went to the Chicago Bulls game or the Cubs game, you're having some fun. But while you do that, there's also a foundation and undercurrent and thread of your growth. So what Jesus would say is, paraphrase, be in the world, but not of the world. Okay? Be in the world, but not of the world. Still got to pay the bills, guys. Still got to make rent, et cetera, et cetera. And then as you're enjoying life, the little things, stopping to smell the roses, enjoying life, having some fun, meeting some girls, having cool friends, doing all this different stuff, just living your life. Then what you can do is you can say, well, while I'm doing this, is this it? Is this it? Or is there something more, like a larger context? So I have the ability to, you know, like I spend a lot of time in Oregon, Washington State, Montana, and I'll go out to the bar and I'll just be chopping it up with a local. He's telling me about his fishing, you know, he got a fish, he's got a new truck, and I'm having fun talking to him. How's it going, bro? You got a new truck? Let me see the truck. No. Cool. Where you go fishing at? What kind of bait do you use? What kind of rig you got? What kind of boat you got? Right? You're not above having a regular conversation with a regular person. But there's also something more. So, you know, and also, what is the quality of the energy that you're bringing to that conversation? You know, even in that moment, you can bring presence and energy and awakening and light into that conversation. In a regular conversation. Not everything's, you know what they said about Ayn Rand, one of the big critiques of it, is that every single conversation is like a self-help conversation. Like they all talk to each other like this. Even John Galt at the end just has a giant monologue of like hundreds of pages or something. Giant monologue. They all talk like this. And like, well, where's the regular life? So enjoy your regular life. Enjoy regular stuff. You know what? Sometimes, like, you know, eating some like nitrate-filled hot dog and going to a baseball game is fun. Right? It is. Sometimes cheering for the home team is fun. So, you know, you can't be like, I am above the form-based identity of cheering for the Chicago Cubs. That's just part of another side pocket of groupthink. You're in another groupthink now. So it's not being against the groupthink. It is about transcending the groupthink. You're not in a reactive relationship to the groupthink. You've just transcended the groupthink. It's like, you know, you get good at girls, you get older, girl gives you like a big shit test. You know, like whatever the fuck they say these days, right? And you're like, cool, baby, I love you, baby. Right? Babe, of course. Oh, baby, are you really? My goodness. Well, you're right, baby, I am sorry. And then you just forget what you heard and move on with your day, right? You don't even be like, why do you say that? Or forget about it. You know, like all this shit, right? It's just whatever, right? And, ultimately that has to be the same thing towards, for me, some of the things that I shared earlier in the speech about like, well, this guy didn't get it, and I helped this guy, and then fucking COVID happened, and I got put in a book, and the fucking joined 2014 thing, and all that shit. What's the enlightened attitude towards that? Fuck it. You see that? Non-reaction. The capacity to just say, fuck it. Oh, I feel anxiety. I'm afraid to approach. Fuck it. Right? That's real transcendence. Not, the system's all fucked up. I'm mad about the system. Dude, chill, relax. Fuck it. But while you have that mentality, you're not fighting the system, but you can help bring light to the system and help to transmute the system. So that is one of the last traps. And what do you see in the Bible when Jesus is crucified? What is the final trap before ascension? It's anger and being against the people crucifying him. So the last trap is reactivity and separateness. And he says, forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. And that was probably the most important thing for me to understand is if I'm trying to help and I'm trying to build something and people don't get it and I'm trying everything that I have, rather than getting sucked in, forgive. And you'll find a lot of these people, man, they will just keep turning the volume knob up and up and up because they want you to hate them. Their goal is to make you indulge in hatred and to really fuck with you and fucking hate the shit out of them. And they'll keep turning it up and up and up and up. And that there, to me, you remember we talked about traps? To me, that's the last trap. It's the recognition that it's all this weight that's put on you, making you feel pissed off. And instead of a healthy pissed off, like a dark night of the soul where you gain clarity, it's just a looping pissed off. They make you pissed off. They make you hate other people. They make you get demoralized. And the ultimate shit test for Jesus is they kill him. They crucify him. They torture him to death. That's the shit test. So what does Jesus do with the shit test when they crucify him? What's he do?
Turn the other cheek.
Fuck it.
What would it mean if he hates the people? And they hated him for no reason. They hated him for no reason. They even called for his death. So what's he do? Does he fail to the shit test?
No, passes.
How does he pass the shit test?
By love.
Because he still loves them, right? So it's the energy that's manifesting through him and that he's channeling that stays consistent. Nothing can get at it. So life is so as you're moving through life and engaging with it, you're gonna have a lot of stuff coming at you, and your frame has to be very, very strong. You can't do it. You can't have impact. You can't grow. You can't find the time to go in nature. You can't take that course. You can't read that book. You can't do the thing that would be good for you. You can't expand. You can't ascend. These other people piss you off. Society's fucked up. Society's gonna go down. We're never gonna make it. We're not gonna bounce back. All that shit just keeps coming, right? It doesn't matter whether you live or die, because at the end you'll die, and the body dies, and it doesn't matter if you even accomplish the goal. What matters is that you stayed true. That's it. God saw it. So it doesn't actually matter, if society goes down in a fucking blaze, nuclear bomb, or whatever. It's not about whether or not there's some fucking utopia. There's never gonna be a utopia, so to speak. We're not meant to have utopia. There's meant to be creative destruction, recreation, chaos actually reorders things. Things being burned away reorders things. So it's not meant to be a utopia, right? But it's not failing the shit test is a very masculine thing, although I believe women can adopt that too. And it means having a strong frame. Okay? So as you proceed and you grow, your capacity to hold frame and your capacity to be a leader increases on an ongoing basis. And it is via that process, that hero's journey, like Joseph Campbell talks about, where basically you wind up finding the resources. And what you'll ultimately find is this: God will never put in front of you a challenge that you can't handle. And you'll die eventually. But the lesson that you're meant to get while here, you'll take it. That could even mean something horrible. Horrible, horrible stuff. I was in a wheelchair for half a year last year, guys. I couldn't walk. It was crazy. You guys know that? Yeah. I got a huge scar. Dating life was awesome, did parties, did seminars. I didn't fail the shit test. I was in the ambulance being dragged off. They were crying for me in the ambulance in the thing because it was so bad. And I just kept joking around. I'm not going to fail the shit test. It's a shit test, right? And what do you think happens when you're in chronic pain for half a year? What's that do for you? It sucks. It's a big shit test, right? So that ongoing pain is a shit test. It's meant to say, can you stay positive, not give up? I felt during that severe pain what real demoralization felt like, what real cope felt like. That taught me the lesson of what coping means, what I'm up against with helping people to break out of coping into thriving. It showed me where it's like, I just want relief. I would do anything for relief. It's like a guy who's just like, I'd give up learning social skills if one girl would like me, right? I'd give up making money if I could just make one funnel that could pay me, right? It's coping. And I saw with clarity what that looks like and what I'm helping people through. I could see it. I was in so much pain. I was like, man, if this pain would just go away, I'd just be happy to live a simple life. That's how I felt. But while at times you're going to feel broken down, you're still in the fight if you choose to be. You can get back in the fight, right? You can get back in there. You can keep pushing. You can keep going. You can dig deeper. And every single thing that you're up against is showing you things. And it's showing you how to find places in the mind. It's showing you areas that you have to let go of, attachments that you have to snip, energetic connections that you have to cut off. It's showing you where you're lacking motivation and that you need to dig deeper for deeper forms of motivation instead of just averting pain being motivation or pleasure being motivation or money being motivation. You have to dig deeper. There's points that you'll get to where if all the motivation that existed was you just getting money, none of it would have been worth it. What I did would have never been worth it if it was just for money. No way. But you have to find deeper levels of motivation. So you'll dig deeper, you'll find other levels of motivation. There's also a lot of pragmatic stuff. Oh, I fucked this up, or I fucked that up. Practical stuff. It's like, the video game Contra. Up, down, left, right, BA, select, start. You guys remember that? It's a little passcode to get 30 lives out of 3. When you're a kid, that was one of the first times you had to memorize that little sequence. Up, down, left, right, BA, select, start. Right? You guys remember that? So, you got to remember, that's part of just rote memorization. And you go, damn, how come I couldn't remember that? Why couldn't I get the sequence right? Why wasn't my mind right? Was I tired? Did I eat fast food? Was I smoking weed for the weed smoking crowd? Was I letting a relationship distract me? What's going on? What was I seeing? That's where you go to your mastermind. That's where you go to your mentors and you keep asking questions. What book didn't I read? What didn't I understand? What did that other person understand that let them do it that didn't let me do it? How come I couldn't get there? What was I missing? And don't be mad at yourself. Love yourself. You're beautiful. You're a soul. But believe that you can keep going. And then the reason why you keep going is not because you just need more. You'll get to the point where you could retire. You never need to make money ever again. You're a pillar of social life in your city. You could have a crazy dating life the rest of your life. You never did another approach. You're a happy person. Everything's good. You could stop. If that was what fulfilled you. But why do you have to keep going at that point? Well, what do you think that I see in LA with a lot of rich people? They stop. Like in the movie The Gray, they stop at a certain level. So then from there, what is necessary? What's necessary is to keep going, but why? It's the same thing as a shark when it's swimming. Why does a shark keep swimming?
So it won't die.
What would happen if the shark stopped swimming? What happens if you're too sedentary? Spiritual death. You see a lot of people, they retire, they just die. Or their spouse dies, they just die. It's kind of cute in a way, I guess, right? But, they die together, right? But not the best, right? So, that's cute, but not the best. So, so it's like, right? Like, there's spiritual death, mental death. People retire, they just die. But people think that they're going to lose clarity, lose lucidity as they get older. I think that eventually happens, yes. But it's way older than you see happening. You see it happening in most people. So as you get older, do you think you lose clarity or gain clarity? Do you lose energy or gain energy? You gain. I have way more energy now than when I'm young. So much more, because you learn to channel it better. Energy is not just like the length of my telomeres, guys. You just get gifted long ass telomeres when you're young because you don't know where the fuck your dick is. So, so it's like you don't know where the fuck anything is. So you just get gifted long telomeres. So you can eat a bunch of fast food. You don't know how to feed yourself. You look at a bunch of dumb shit and cry about a bunch of dumb shit and waste energy. And you're like a fire hose shooting all over the place. You don't know how to focus yourself. But at least you got those telomeres. But as you get older, you learn the mental game behind all this. And you learn how to motivate yourself, stay locked in, stay focused, be creative, think laterally. You develop all sorts of different synaptic pathways in the brain. More lateral thinking, more energy, more focus, more understanding of what you're doing, why you're doing it. And you just get fucking clarity, man. So, you can have that Jocko Willink moment or that David Goggins moment, but at the same time, ideally what life looks like is normal and you can enjoy life and you don't have to be a cartoon character or just a self-parody, although I am a bit of a self-parody. But to be honest, in my regular life, I'm not as much of a self-parody, okay? A lot of people meet me in the street, they're like, you're just normal. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking normal, bro. So you don't have to just be a fucking I'll do a self-parody here to shake you up, right? But it's kind of like when you're fucking, right? You're all crazy, But then once you finish fucking, you're like, okay, so what's up, right? Okay, a personal growth seminar is kind of like fucking, right? We're shaking shit up, right? If you're good in bed, you're not just like, oh, hey, right? You kind of, you got to put on a little showmanship, right? So when I'm here, it's like we're fucking. And, we're going to put on some showmanship. We're going to stretch your mind. And those periods of stretching your mind are needed in order for you to change. That's why you read that high paradigm book. That's why you go into nature. It's why some people do psychedelics, although there's a pendulum to that. You're not meant to be all the time, self-mode all the time, the soul all the time, but there has to be interspersed periods where you have that clarification, where the mind expands, where new synaptic pathways are formed, where the default mode network of the brain is shut down and you're able to see things through a different light. What you're doing is, if this is regular life, you go up, you look at the bigger picture of your life, and then you have to come back down and live it. A lot of people are addicted to the minutia of life, but never have a bigger picture. But in the self-help world, what are people more addicted to often? They're addicted to the bigger picture, but don't want to put in the work. So these were things that I was sort of able to come to over time. On my journey to becoming a public speaker, to sharing information I want to share, counterculture information, hard to get out, building a business, live events in 265 cities, 75 countries around the world, hundreds of thousands of people face-to-face, millions online, massive impact, impacted huge movers and shakers, changed the world in many ways that will surprise you guys, that will come out as I get older, building the skill sets that I built out in public, social skills that I demonstrated, building a business, traveling the world, having fun, doing things, and having a more awareness than I would have imagined when I'm young. Being a great dad, taking my kids all over the country, laughing a lot, doing great parties, enjoying life. These were the things that I did with the foundation that I talked about here. And as much as it might sound hard, or you say, well, how do I do that? Like, what the fuck? I think it's just easier just to give up. Largely that you pay an ongoing penalty all the time when you don't. And I think that penalty that you pay in demoralization, in the quality of your subjective experience, in the quality of your spiritual life, I think you pay it in terms of not getting as much cool shit and fun. Maybe you can't even afford the tickets to get a goddamn ball game. And I also think, personally, from a larger perspective, that if you really study life and you study humanity and you study human behavior and human psychology, and you try to see the underlying metaframe of that we call spirituality, that there's not a choice. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. So recognize who you are, what this place is. Where are you? And who are you beyond? Thank you guys, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Locked in.